very important to us. And we'll start with Don LaRue, Céline Herbeau. Céline? I got on my list up on your picture there. It says Cecile, and I have Celine on my list here. So you tell me what's right.
I know it's Cecile. I said it, but it doesn't matter. It's okay. No worries. So my name is Cécile Arbeau, et je suis la directrice générale de.
I am the executive director of Dans la Rue, or On the Street. Created 31 years ago, Dans la Rue helps more than 1,000 homeless youth a year. Our organization launched in 2019 and actively supports the Coalition Jeune Plus, or Youth Plus, to prevent youth homelessness in Quebec. I am on the steering committee of this coalition, as well as 2 boards of directors and 2 organizations fighting youth homelessness at the national level. The first is the coalition Vers un chez soi, or Away Home Canada, and the Réseau des Centres d'Excellence Changer de Direction, known as Making the Shift Social Innovation Lab. Through fieldwork with youth, research, knowledge mobilization, and collective impact, all of these actors, and dozens of others across Canada, seek to prevent and reduce the social aberration of still having tens of thousands of young people a year who experience homelessness, are in great psychological distress, and who face many barriers to pursuing their development, their studies, their ability to keep a job, and to lead an independent and enriching life. My field of experience is young people who are experiencing homelessness. I'm also a member of the board of directors of the Réseau d'aide aux personnes seules et itinérantes de Montréal, known as RAPSIM, which brings together 110 of Montreal's homeless organizations. So I'm very familiar with the issue of homelessness in Montreal. I will not be the spokesperson for all these organizations today. I will try to relay to you the concerns that I and the entire community have for people who are experiencing homelessness, especially youth. The COVID-19 crisis highlights the right of everyone to have a roof over their heads. It highlights and accentuates the difficulties for homeless people and for young people. Let me give you a few examples of what's currently happening, particularly for young people, but this could also be extended. That said, youth have very specific needs. Many young people who had a job have lost it. Many have also lost other types of income, such as panhandling. This represents a loss of income for some youth. Very few youth have previous declared income that would allow them to access the Canada Emergency Benefit. Access to housing programs is closed. Access to private housing is almost impossible. Prison releases are unresolved. We have people who have gotten out of prison fairly recently. The majority of programs aimed at exiting homelessness are closed or interrupted. I'm talking about schools and job programs. Administrative and legal procedures are being delayed. Also, people who are experiencing homelessness, especially youth, are getting tickets for congregating or failing to respect social distancing on the street. It's very counterproductive, and this just adds to the burden on their shoulders when they have to contest these tickets because they can't pay. In Montreal, it's over $1,500, whereas we give $2,000 through the emergency benefit per person. Mental health follow-ups are much more complicated now. Young people already feel excluded. They feel particularly excluded from certain areas, and the isolation they're experiencing is causing a great deal of uncertainty and anxiety. Drug use is a lot less safe. This is a significant risk in the pre-existing opioid crisis context. Access to therapies is very restricted. Very few patients are being taken on. Young people who have children of their own often find themselves confined to the home, sometimes in difficult marital situations. where they have not yet developed their parenting skills. Telephone interventions provide limited support, but confidentiality is more difficult in the presence of a spouse. Also, exits from child welfare are being suspended, particularly in Quebec. For the moment, all exits are being suspended to avoid homelessness. However, those young people who are caught in the system, who can't exit it, cannot ready their exit. And this could lead to them experiencing homelessness. These examples show the complexity and the depth of the actions needed to help young people exit homelessness. We continue to see people in the street. We have maintained some emergency services, but we are helping those who were already in emergency situations and now their situation has worsened. Emergency solutions are truly not enough anymore. Faced with situations that have become even more difficult and an increase in precariousness and homelessness, we have to act very quickly with a long-term vision. For all concerned, for all the people experiencing homelessness, all those who are in a very precarious situation, I think we need to do the following things. First of all, access to housing and housing maintenance. That can mean a lot of things, but we need to prevent eviction, avoid having people kicked out of their homes. Many people are one paycheck away from homelessness, and I think we need to be really careful about that. We need to facilitate accompaniment for those leaving institutions. I'm thinking particularly of those exiting prison. We also need to work on some sort of guaranteed minimum income. We need increased psychological and psychiatric services in person and online. We need to have these services adapted appropriately to continue to offer services in the context of a pandemic. For young people in particular, and as of right now, we need to think about increasing and reinforcing prevention in families, schools after leaving the youth care system. We need more support for independence, to develop good mental and physical health, and to further access to education and job programs. That way, young people can have more independent and enriching lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Cécile. Turning then to Front to Action Populaire et Remanagement Urbain, Veronica Laflamme.
Hi, yeah. Hi everyone. Bonjour tout le monde.
Hi everyone, I'm Véronique Laflamme. I represent the Front d'Action Populaire en Réaménagement Urbain, which is an urban planning People's Action Front. This is a group of associations for citizens from different regions in Quebec. We represent 140 groups throughout Quebec. 30 of them are active groups that work daily with people who are renters, mainly low-income renters. They also work with people who are trying to start social housing programs. So our group helps support those types of programs. Also, there's services and support provided to tenants in a broader sense, especially to vulnerable renters. During the current pandemic, our group is receiving a lot of calls from renters who are worried about losing their housing, especially because their ability to pay might be affected. Our group supports the right to housing. We also support the International Pact for Sociocultural Rights. And last year, with Bill C-97, there was recognition of the right to housing. I'll remind you that the right to housing includes protection against eviction and inability to pay, as well as a more progressive use of available resources. We support the right to adequate income, the right to health, the right to food, the right to housing. People need access to decent housing. People experiencing homelessness are experiencing a very serious situation, as my colleague indicated in the previous speech. There are also seniors who are in difficulty. There's people who are also in vulnerable situations, such as boarding homes and other situations. The current pandemic is such that many provinces, including Quebec, have a moratorium on evicting renters during the crisis. Unfortunately, this is going to end in many cases once the pandemic ends. The ability of renters to pay is limited, and we're concerned that we're going to see a wave of people being evicted. The emergency benefit might help out, but those with small incomes who may have lower EI payments may not be able to pay their rent and may find themselves in greater precarity after the pandemic ends. There are low-income households who are not even eligible to these income support programs in the first place. Their incomes are very low. Some people are receiving social assistance, and they're facing higher costs for food, and they're lacking access to resources that help them access other food resources. This means that these very low-income people are having trouble paying their rent, and they really do need services that are currently being suspended. We need to avoid evictions during the pandemic, but we also need to monitor what happens afterwards. We're aware that this is a provincial responsibility, but we do want the federal government's support, given its commitment regarding housing. It is the federal government that could perhaps work on some sort of income support program. $2,000 for many households is sometimes the cost of rent being paid. For example, Toronto, Vancouver, Montreal, many renters are already paying rents of $1,500 and more. Additional resources are required. I have some ideas for the federal government in that respect. I would like to remind you that renters are vulnerable to eviction. There are hundreds of thousands of renters who had housing needs during the last census. 1.7 renters throughout Canada were paying more than 50% of their income on rent. 800,000 renters were dedicating over half of their income before meeting their other essential needs. This highlights the lack of affordable housing and its impact on requests for food assistance. Those situations are made worse by the current pandemic. We had a pre-existing housing crisis in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada due to the lack of access to affordable rental housing. The cost of housing excluded many renters already, and we have a context regarding the housing market that is not going to disappear with the pandemic in terms of very high housing costs. We need alternatives for all of these renters. This crisis is being worsened by the lack of social housing and the lack of support for social housing, whether it be within or outside of the private market. The OECD criticized Canada for its low percentage of social housing overall. As Ms. Arnaud said, access to housing, particularly social housing, is closed to many people who are in vulnerable situations. And this leads to greater numbers of people experiencing homelessness. Yes, we must certainly respect provincial administrations, especially Quebec's competences. But what we do need is a type of bailout fund. Yesterday, the government announced this type of fund to help out with commercial rent. We think that we need a similar kind of assistance with special subsidies for private renters. In Ontario, there is a similar fund to help people who, for one reason or another, are having trouble paying the rent. This could be administered through the CMHC, which already administers mortgages. There's also emergency rental funding. This was funded by the federal government before and was managed by provinces. We need to be able to help people pay their rent by providing this type of financial assistance. We also need funds to update social housing that was once funded by the government. Due to the lack of funding by the federal government, there are 300 social housing units that are not being repaired. We would like to renovate housing that requires renovations.
I want to interrupt, but we are substantially over time, so sum up if you could as quickly as possible.
Perfect. So, and enfin, en itinérance, le frappé.
When it comes to homelessness, we need to. And very quickly, I will conclude by saying that we want to get ready for the post-pandemic world. We need to better fund social housing. I think public infrastructure needs massive investments. Also, funds need to be made available linked to the National Housing Strategy, which has still not been made available in Quebec to help us with the housing crisis. Thank you very much. Sorry for running over time. I wasn't watching my countdown.
Thank you, Ms. Laflamme. I have next the Lookout Society. The witness I have is Shwayne Williams, but I don't see them up here. Is there another witness representing Lookout
No, I'm
Society?
here, Shane Williams.
Okay, Okay, go ahead, Shane.
Thank you very much. Lookout Housing and Health Society has been working to end homelessness and increase the health of vulnerable people in British Columbia since 1971. We have a range of housing and support services to adults with low or little income that have few or, if any, housing and support options. Because the people we serve have challenges meeting their basic needs and goals, we place minimal barriers between them and our services. We started in the downtown east side of Vancouver and now one of the largest shelter and housing providers in the province, providing services in 15 communities across Metro Vancouver, Fraser Valley, Vancouver Island, as well as offering provincial services through our Mood Disorder Association of British Columbia arm. We currently have about 900 staff that serve more than 2,800 people daily in our shelters, housing, outreach, and health and support services. And we support people who cope with multiple barriers, including mental health, substance use, poverty, chronic illness, and trauma. For COVID-19, Lookout has partnered with BC Housing, Vancouver Coastal Health, the City of Vancouver to open the Emergency Response Center located in the Roundhouse Community Centre. It has appropriately spaced cots, bathrooms available for people that need to self-isolate, and is all at social distancing parameters. We started a phase move-in March, in the last couple of weeks of March, with a maximum of 79 beds. And as of this morning, there are 51 people staying at the Roundhouse Centre. We're also currently working with two other communities to provide a second and third emergency response center with the BC Housing as a partner, two local municipal governments, New Westminster and Abbotsford, Fraser Health, and a local church. They're scheduled to open in the next 2 to 3 weeks. These sites will also be used as shelter expansion, overflow for medical services and emergency rooms. and it'll allow for that social distancing and in an effort to try to keep people well and bolster immune systems before COVID hits the vulnerable population that we serve. It's unfortunate these centers are necessary due to our housing crisis and the lack of social housing, and also temporary due to the pandemic nature that they've been opened. Lookout serves vulnerable populations, and our goal is to prevent illness. It's always a high priority for us. We follow best practices established by local health authorities for potential outbreaks of any kind at any time. Our policies include universal precautions and pandemic plans, and it covers all forms of contagion. We work with our suppliers to have up-to-date cleaning supplies, procedures, and innovative products to help reduce bacteria at our sites. Over the last few months, our focus has really been increasing immune systems of vulnerable people and creating that trust and connection to local healthcare when and if people fall ill and become COVID positive. For this work, we're following the guidance of the WHO, the CDC, and the local health authorities in increasing cleaning protocols and using PPE where effectively, but also sparingly, which we're having a very difficult time accessing a regular supply. Obviously, promoting hand washing and educating about the importance and enforcing social distancing and relieving our sites of congestion as much as possible. We thank Reaching Home and the federal government for the COVID response and dollars, which we've been the recipient of a lot of support financially, and the province of British Columbia for the emergency funding that's helped us purchase some of the PPE and create some of these new connections for folks. Right now for us, our staff team is our #1 resource. And so finding ways to protect and keep them safe and to provide relief and to celebrate their success as an essential service in our province is a really important work that we need to focus in on, I think, nationally. Thank goodness for the community groups and organizations that have been donating homemade masks and cleaning supplies, food and other items, because procurement for these types of things is getting really difficult. Overall, I think the national housing and poverty strategies, as well as this response, has been very good at a federal level. But through this pandemic and beyond, we need better access to healthcare that focuses on trauma recovery, concern for those that are socially isolating and their wellness, but more so for the folks that Lookout serves on a day-to-day basis in dealing with previous trauma amidst the pandemic, compiled with the opioid crisis and the local housing crisis that we have, and really a national housing crisis. Dental has also been a place where I think people fall into addictions and has a profound impact on health. And so a federal dental program, easier access and implementation of the CMHC funds for housing. It's been incredibly difficult to build housing, even with the national housing strategy. It's very, very limited scope and tough to access. And there's a lot of further work on drug policies that are needed here in the country to keep people mired in addiction safe. And, there was some work on pandemic prescribing, which I applaud the federal government in taking those steps. It needs more attention, in my opinion. We need to be focusing to ensure that most vulnerable people have the level of wellness that allows them to the best opportunity to overcome the challenges that they face. And we see a myriad of challenges, but trauma and physical health, as long as those are impacting folks, they're not going forward in their journey to wellness. Thanks for the time today.
Thank you very much, Sean. I didn't unmute my own. And I say I want to get back to you on the PPEs later. With the Mortgage Professionals Canada, then Paul Taylor, President and CEO, and Elaine Taylor, Chair. I don't know whether you're splitting the presentation. Go ahead, Paul. I believe you're first.
Very good. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chair. And thank you to members of the committee On behalf of the over 12,000 members of Mortgage Professionals Canada, thank you for providing us the opportunity to take part in the discussions today. I am Paul Taylor. I'm President and CEO of Mortgage Professionals Canada, and as Mr. Rista has just stated, with me is Elaine Taylor, no relation, Vice President of Sales at MCAP Financial Corporation, but also currently serving as Chair of Mortgage Professionals Canada's board. For additional context for our remarks today, I'd like to remind the committee of MPC's membership composition. We are a professional association promoting mortgage broker-originated mortgages, and by headcount, mortgage brokers and agents across Canada make up the largest component of our membership. However, almost all Canadian banks and mortgage lenders that originate mortgages through independent agents and brokers also belong to our association. And additionally, all 3 mortgage insurers in Canada are also members. So because of the diverse nature of our members' businesses and their respective role in fulfilling broker-originated mortgages, MPC has a thorough understanding of the marketplace impacts of any changes to mortgage finance and funding costs, securitization and liquidity, underwriting criteria and lending guidelines, and changing consumer behaviors. So with the context and the stated framework for discussion today being the impact of COVID-19 on housing and homelessness, we will probably comment primarily on measures implemented to ensure continued liquidity in the marketplace and on the individual income continuation programs and business continuity and wage subsidy programs created over the course of the last 4 to 6 weeks, both of which we consider critical to ensuring the continued security of housing for millions of Canadians. As a quick environmental scan, real estate purchase and sale transactions have diminished dramatically in some regions of the country. Home purchases and sale transactions are usually about a 1 to 8 week process. And at the beginning of the calls for social distancing and isolation as a best practice, our industry really wrestled with changes in process in order to complete the transactions that were underway. At the time, home inspectors couldn't gain access to properties to estimate values, and many legal professions were unable to permit electronic signing for title registry changes, both traditionally necessary functions for mortgage funding to be completed. Fortunately, most of those challenges were dealt with in a collaborative fashion, with lenders, mortgage insurers, realtors, and mortgage brokers all working towards the best outcome compromises to ensure no one was stuck between the sale of their previous home and obtaining legal possession of their next. But we are now experiencing a significant reduction of new business activity like many other industry segments in Canada. This is placing significant financial strain on businesses and on individual Canadians' ability to meet their financial obligations. Once the transactions in the current business pipeline are finalized, we anticipate many of our members will have little opportunity to generate income, both through the remainder of the lockdown and for a period of time following the acceptable resumption of business. I'd like to pass the mic to Elaine if I can now.
Thank you. The landscape presents many challenges for our lender and insurer members, whose products depend upon the ability of Canadians to manage their debt obligations prudently. With a government order for businesses to close, many borrowers' ability to meet these obligations have been seriously impacted due to the loss of their income. This generally means those most affected require more access to credit at a time when investment capital becomes scarce. With the risk of defaults rising, investing in mortgages or any consumer debt product becomes less appealing without additional risk premium in the form of higher interest rates. With these challenges in mind, the federal government and related agencies implemented a number of changes to assist the financial landscape at both a macro and micro level. The reintroduction of the Insured Mortgage Purchase Program, with its newly increased limit of $150 billion, provided much needed access to capital for banks and other lenders. Additionally, the reduction of the Domestic Stability Buffer also added $300 billion in liquidity to banks to be able to support struggling businesses through additional extensions of credit. The reductions to the Bank of Canada benchmark rate also occurred during this time. We are supportive of all these changes and the speed with which these mechanisms were brought to bear. As an industry, we are reassured by the timely and coordinated macroeconomic support brought forward. Ensuring liquidity and capital adequacy is critical in these uncertain times. It provides confidence to lenders that their continuing cost of capital will be reasonable and accessible, allowing them to continue to support Canadian businesses and consumers' need for affordable credit access. One suggestion we make for OSFI to consider, following the same thought process as the already implemented reduction in the domestic stability buffer, reduce the capital requirements for mortgage insurers. This would allow them to reduce their required premiums, making access to the IMPP and other programs easier for lenders and borrowers. With funding for credit assured, the next consideration is Canadians' ability to manage their credit obligations. For the individual Canadians most affected by job or significant income loss, many of our members included, we also wish to compliment the government for the speed with which the emergency support programs have been introduced. The Canadian Emergency Response Benefit, in particular, should be acknowledged as a tremendous showing of financial support in record time, providing a much-needed cash lifeline to many families. We are also complimentary of other programs that we can discuss in more detail, perhaps during the question and answer period. For the most part, while no program can be tailored to meet the needs of all circumstances, the supports offered as emergency assistance are well considered, given our circumstances, and the requirement for swift support. That said, we do anticipate many individuals will suffer significant long-term economic loss due to the outbreak and business interruptions caused by COVID-19. We do anticipate some of the least fortunate, owners and renters alike, will possibly find themselves unable to afford to stay in their homes. We would recommend examining the possibility of introducing additional insured mortgage products to the marketplace to assist. We also suggest some federal funding be set aside to provide the additional support that municipalities, NGOs, and charitable organizations will need to assist these individuals in the coming months and years. We thank the committee for the opportunity to share our professional opinions today. We welcome your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul and Elaine. Turning then to the Siloam mission, Jim Bell, CEO. Go ahead, Mr. Bell.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for the committee this afternoon for this opportunity. And I'd like to start by saying that I hope you're all well and staying healthy during these very trying times. It's a pleasure to meet some of you even through these methods here this afternoon. I will also speak today about the challenges COVID-19 poses to our sector and those experiencing homelessness. I'm sure you will hear some common threads to what we've already heard from the previous witnesses. Just a brief explanation about Siloam Mission. We're the largest service provider for those experiencing homelessness in Winnipeg. Siloam has been serving community here for over 32 years. To give you further context, we run an overnight shelter, 110 beds that are full basically every night, and people redirected to other nearby shelters. We have a daytime drop-in. We serve 500 meals, approximately 500 meals 3 times a day, 365 days a year. So if you do the math, it's over 500,000 meals per year. We also offer healthcare, including 10 professional services, clothing, work experience programs, mental health counseling, and one-on-one supports to help people regain and maintain housing and getting back into the job market as well. We recently added a social enterprise laundry, giving full-time work to guests in our shelter who want to re-enter the workforce. And we're very pleased, that started in October, and we're very pleased to see the impact that it's having. Not only are these people being paid, but to see the change in their self-esteem, and I would say overall dignity is really encouraging to see. And our next project will be adding recovery-based housing units to our facility. We were recently awarded based on an RFP submission. So the situation, as we all know it, poverty and homelessness, they're complex under normal circumstances. And the situation that we now face with COVID has created new challenges. I think it's safe to say added pressure to day-to-day existing challenges from fundraising to service delivery, the services that I had mentioned a moment ago. We know that food, shelter, physical health, and mental health, they're deeply interlinked, and they make up the essentials for survival. The current directives around COVID-19, and we hear this a lot, we practice it a lot, and I know you do as well because we follow your lead, self-isolation and just stay home. Unfortunately, that's not possible for those that don't have a place to call their own, and that's one of those challenges. This puts the onus on places like Silo Mission organizations that I've listened carefully to here this afternoon as well, and others here locally. Places already working at full capacity to alter services to better protect an already vulnerable population. In many cases, those experiencing homelessness are already among the most vulnerable to illness and health emergencies. Healthcare amongst those that live on the streets is vulnerable every day, no question about it. They're more likely to have underlying medical conditions and to have a history of poor nutrition, healthcare and hygiene. Add to this the inability to isolate, poor access to proper hygiene tools, and the environment of a homeless shelter, and you have an extremely vulnerable group. I would say as we look forward, much has already been done amongst the providers in Manitoba to protect our community and federally, and we're extremely fortunate that we have not yet seen an outbreak on our homeless community. Every day we are so grateful here at Siloam. Yes, we hear of positive cases in our city and province and nationwide, but fortunately within our shelter, we're not aware of a positive case as yet, and we're very grateful for that. But we also know that each day is a new risk, and I can't imagine the potential horrors if we were to see an outbreak. These most vulnerable members of our society must be included in public policy responses to the COVID-19 pandemic, and just as important, included in recovery efforts when the pandemic subsides. And I know I share this with all of you that we hope that the pandemic subsides sooner than later. The future impacts of COVID, with my last minute or two, I want to respect everyone's time. The facts and figures that have already been painted show a somber picture of what lies ahead for Canada's business sector and economy. I pay attention to those numbers every day. As a charity, we're certainly not immune, and if anything, may be more vulnerable as we brace ourselves. If anything, we may be more vulnerable as we brace ourselves for a long season of reduced charitable giving. We know that as the economics of this go forward, that nonprofits and charitable organizations are going to be significantly impacted, and we are bracing for that. At Siloam, we rely on about 90% private donations. Gives you some scale. Not only do we expect those private donations to drop sharply in an economic fallout from COVID, but we also know to expect an increase in demand for services. The previous speaker, I had noted that it was mentioned that people aren't going to be able to stay in their own homes because of the challenges. Well, where are they going to go? Some may end up in shelters like Siloam and other places across the country. So there will be people living on the brink before this crisis who will find themselves at our doors, whether for meals, a place to stay, or getting back on their feet. So briefly to close, while we know the pressures are on government, and they're already immense to help people across this economic spectrum, we also see the need in our community growing, and safe to assume it's not going to stop. And I think I can speak for communities across our wonderful country when I say that. Agencies serving the homeless population are facing a drop in donations, and at the same time, as the greatest service delivery challenge, it's the greatest service delivery challenge that we know that we've ever faced here. We know from past studies, please take note of this, that our services from healthcare to shelter to counseling, they translate into government savings. We have studies, if I had more time, I would share more with you, most notably in the form of reduced emergency room visits and police interaction. We hope that as we all weather this pandemic and as we work toward recovery on the other side, that our governments will invest in the work being done amongst our most vulnerable citizens. And my last comment to all of you would be, I believe an investment in this work will literally save lives, and it will go a tremendous distance as we help people transition back into health, into homes, and into jobs. So once again, thank you for your time. It's a real privilege to participate with all of you today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bell. Turning then to the United Way Centraide Canada, Mr. Dan Clement, President and CEO. Dan, you're up.
Great, thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here with you. I guess what I'd just start by, I want to just recognize and thank the federal government, all of the MPPs, and Canada's federal civil servants for the critical, important work that you are all doing to support Canadians through this pandemic. I just want you to know that we very much appreciate all that you are doing. Also want to recognize and thank the government for the new and important investments of over $200 million in terms of the Reaching Home program, as well as support for women's shelters and sexual assault centers. Very, very important. As you know, I'm representing United Way Centraide Canada. We are Canada's largest non-governmental funder of vital community services focused on poverty elimination and also providing the supports to Canadians they need to build vulnerable and sustainable livelihoods. Across Canada, we support about 3,000 community organizations, about 5,600 different programs. And in the case of housing and homelessness, invest about $40 million annually in housing, homelessness supports, as well as domestic violence issues. And we're also very active in our communities across Canada in terms of supporting COVID response. So as has already been said this morning, this afternoon, we know the pandemic is affecting all Canadians, but I think we also know that it's going to have an even more profound impact on our most vulnerable Canadians, in particular the homeless and the precariously housed. So I thought what I could do is share a little bit of the experience that we're seeing on the ground from coast to coast, from community organizations and our United Ways and Centraide partners that are supporting them. So to start, I mean, the good right now is the additional funding that was provided is extremely important. It's flexible. It's allowing our communities to adapt and respond. And I want to recognize the importance of that. Equally, perhaps the challenge is the COVID-19 implications are not really short-term. They're not just today. I think this is in front of us in the next 6 to 18 months until such time as we get a vaccine. And I think that tells us that the additional funding, however critical, may not also be enough for what's in front of us as we think, not just in the immediate, but in the months to come. So I think you've heard a little bit of this already, but I'll reiterate a few things with regards to the challenges and how communities are responding, in particular around homelessness, food, a significant issue. You know, as the meal programs have changed, you know, our homeless populations are having, and our community service providers are having to find new ways to provide safe access to food. The challenges of supporting people dealing with mental illness is significant. It's even more profound in the midst of the COVID-19 crisis that we're facing. We know and we're hearing that domestic violence calls are up. Families are under stress financially and through isolation. And we know our shelters are full. It's been referenced, but you know, our emergency shelter system was not designed for social isolation. So our existing shelters are facing a challenge, and that's requiring us to find new spaces that we can accommodate social distancing, and also creating spaces for those who do test positive so that they can be isolated. The shelter system wasn't designed for this, but we're having to adapt all across the country. The issue of personal hygiene is a significant one, as homeless individuals don't have the same access to public facilities to take care of their personal hygiene needs. I have United Ways and Centraides that have had to literally buy porta potties in order to contribute and support communities in a crisis. Never thought that would be the case, but we are doing that just as a part of the response, and I think we need to highlight that. there's also new demand. People who are leaving incarceration in terms of without a plan for housing are showing up in the shelter system. And the other thing that I would highlight that's also an important challenge is we've got to protect our workers, our frontline workers who are working in shelters. There's a tremendous need for health and cleaning products, for personal protective equipment. All are in short supply. And it's incredibly important that we work hard to support our frontline workers and make sure that they have access to what they need to deliver care to communities. So those are all things that our amazing community organizations are working hard to address. And I think we should be proud of how hard they are working to support the most vulnerable Canadians. I think we also have to not just think about today, but think about what could be coming at us. And really that is the potential problem of new homelessness. We know that social distancing and isolation are pushing the precariously housed into homelessness. We know that eviction prevention programs are really good right now. They're great, but we can foresee a wave of evictions coming due to the economic hardship that people are facing and the inability to pay rent in the future. So this is really important as we think not just for today, but what's in front of us. So what's needed? A few things I'd like to highlight. First off, really the recognition that housing is a fundamental human right and a fundamental right for Canadians. It's something that Canada has recognized in legislation last year. And the reality is that people cannot build a sustainable livelihood without safe, secure, and affordable housing. It has to be part of our conversation. We've had a homelessness and a housing affordability crisis before COVID. The COVID crisis is really just showing the significant gaps that we have in our safety net. So for us, in terms of thinking short-term, important, let's also take the time to think longer term. I think you've heard some of that this afternoon. And a couple of ideas that I'll share with you as part of my final remarks. But fundamentally, what we have to do is make sure we keep Canadians housed. This means adequate income support to keep Canadians housed through the immediate crisis, but also into the future. And we also know that low-income workers are at greatest risk of losing their jobs due to the economic shock and are also the most precariously housed. So and are facing low vacancy rates and as a result, high rents. So a couple of ideas for all of us to consider. We have CERB. What about a CERB rental support top-up? We've got Canadians that are qualifying for this benefit. It's not necessarily enough to pay both basic needs and rent, but we could easily implement a top-up. You could think about this as 30 to 50% of the average rental cost in a market to top up those benefits so that people can significantly reduce the impact of evictions in the future. For those who don't qualify for CERB, we could think about an emergency rent benefit program that will essentially help low-income Canadians avoid depleting all of their assets and then ultimately depending on social assistance. And we also have the beginnings of the implementation of the Canada Housing Benefit, and certainly that is something that we could look towards the accelerated implementation. And my final comment would really be for us to really make a commitment to supportive housing. We have a significant need for investment in supportive housing, the need for the federal government to be a contributor and to help build the thousands of supportive housing units that we're going to need to support the most challenged in terms of homelessness. And I think that is part of our long-term solution. It's something that we're advocating and supporting and hope many others will as well. So with those remarks, thank you for the opportunity to speak today, to share a little bit of what we're seeing on the ground. And also thank you for all of your leadership. And finally, just a final remark of thanks to all of the frontline community organizations that are doing a great work supporting our communities today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clement. Turning then to our final witnesses in this panel, then we will go to questions, and I should say who's on the question list first. Ms. Vallecchio first, and then second, Ms. Koutrakis. So we'll turn to the West Neighborhood House. Maureen Fair, Executive Director. Maureen, you're up.
Great, thank you. Bonjour, and thank you for inviting me to your panel today. Particular thanks to our Davenport MP, Julie Zarowitz. I want to share some other thanks and 4 suggestions for a more pandemic-proof infrastructure for low-income Canadians. 1 recommendation concerns income tax, and 3 recommendations concern affordable housing. First, let me explain that West Neighbourhood House, formerly known as St. Christopher House, is a multi-service, not-for-profit charitable organization serving diverse communities in downtown Toronto, from preschoolers to homeless adults to seniors. And a shout out to Dan, because we're also, as he knows, an active member of United Way of Greater Toronto, who have been fantastic leaders in this COVID crisis downtown. To be clear, despite our name as a house, at this time, we are not a housing provider. The federal government has many ways to help in this immediate crisis and to pandemic-proof the future socioeconomic infrastructure of our country, especially for low-income people. First, you have helped enormously already with the bold and swift and generous Canada Emergency Response Benefit. The announcement provided immediate mental relief to millions of newly unemployed, extremely stressed Canadians. The CERB is instrumental in helping people cover the high fixed cost of rent or mortgage, keeping their housing stabilized. The last thing Canada needed in this pandemic is to have thousands more people becoming homeless, and that was a real risk. Thank you also for your continued responsiveness, iterating the design of the CERB as you take into consideration low-income workers in the gig economy and informal economy, and the now highly valued but still underpaid frontline workers in essential services, such as our personal support workers and staff in homeless services. It's important that there's supports in place for each of the segments of Canada's diverse labor force. CERB, or COVID cash, also will help keep some money flowing in local economies. And I'm sure many of you share my deep concern about the viability of small businesses, particularly along the main streets and retail strips that contribute so much to the character of our neighborhoods and towns across Canada. The CERB is really a tremendous and historic public policy achievement. My sincere thanks and congratulations to everyone who contributed to this idea. Building on the innovation thinking and the responsiveness of the CERB, I have several suggestions for the federal government to pandemic-proof the infrastructure for low-income people going forward. My first recommendation is to implement automatic income tax filing for low-income people. The pandemic has highlighted the value of this, as most volunteer income tax clinics closed because of the pandemic. John Stapleton and others have made a very good case that the government already has the information needed to get low-income people access to important tax-related benefits. Part of an improved infrastructure for low-income people would include more financial problem-solving services, and we are working with Prosper Canada and others on a specific proposal for that. Secondly, Canada needs to rethink the range of housing options available to lower-income people because the housing situation wasn't working before, and now the COVID-19 pandemic highlights even more how the lack of affordable housing affects us all. One way to put this very crassly, that it is in everyone's personal interest that homeless and very poor people are not filling our hospitals because of being exposed to COVID-19 in overcrowded shelters, rooming and boarding homes, or tent encampments. The future well-being of Canada is linked at least in part to a more inclusive housing system for low-income Canadians, and I would recommend it would have the following 3 features at a minimum. First, give public and not-for-profit charitable housing providers the exclusive role of taking care of the housing needs of lower-income Canadians. They have the long view and the mandate and obligation to hold community assets, such as affordable housing, for perpetuity. Moreover, the COVID-19 pandemic has shown that landlords have significant influence over the well-being of their tenants or residents. For vulnerable people, landlords are sometimes their lifeline. Not-for-profit charities are mission-focused and accountable to community governance, so they are well-positioned to maximize their resources to keep vulnerable occupants safe. Second, provide not-profit charitable housing providers with grants, not loans, needed to build or purchase housing. Let's not spend taxpayer or donor dollars on financing costs. Saving on financing costs frees up public and donated money to invest in more affordable housing over time. Third, preserve existing affordable housing by providing an incentive to private landlords to sell their buildings to not-for-profit charitable organizations. The federal government could forgive capital gains tax and/or capital cost allowance payback if a private sector landlord sells a multi-unit residential building to a nonprofit. Yes, this is a cost to government in foregone revenue, but it is cheaper, significantly cheaper than constructing new affordable housing. Clearly, both are needed. There are thousands of relatively affordable rental units in small apartment buildings in neighborhoods and towns across the country. Many are owned by families or small operators, but they are very vulnerable to being bought up by REITs and multinational operators. We've done an analysis of this public policy option with our consultant, Jill Black, and it's based on previous work developed by longtime housing experts, Steve Pomeroy and Marion Steele. And I'd be happy to forward that information to anybody. To recap, thank you for taking the bold step of providing COVID cash, CERB, and please pandemic-proof the infrastructure for low-income Canadians with income tax auto-filing and a public or not-for-profit housing system for them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Maureen. I forgot to on mic my own mic. Thank you very much for that. We'll turn to questions now. I am going, in order to get as many questions in as possible, I'm going to have to move the first round to 5 minutes, the second round to 4, in order to try and get 12 questions in. So we'll start with Ms. Vecchio. You're on.
Thank you very much. And starting with Jim Bell, thank you very much for sharing everything with us. I have gone through the pandemic and looking at some of the funding that's coming out. We have $157.5 million coming out of Reaching Home. We know that approximately 46% of that is now going to some of these communities that are known as designated communities. Do you happen to fall under that, where you would receive a portion of this funding that's coming through as part of the Reaching Home initiative? And I can't hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Perfect.
Okay. Sorry about that. Thank you for the question. The short answer is yes.
Okay.
But we don't know as yet. We're not aware of the amount that our organizations or others are getting. In fairness, I would expect that we're going to know that in the next week or so. I'm involved in conversations daily, every second day, from the Reaching Home entity here in Winnipeg called Homelessness Winnipeg. So there will be dollars, I would expect, coming our way shortly from Reaching Home, and we're very grateful.
Excellent. Jim, just because my time is so short, and I do want a follow-up question here. Are you familiar, because I know part of my role is women and gender equality. And I know with the networks, when I'm looking at the Canada's women's shelters, they actually their network does not have all of the different shelters. Do you know if the networks that you're referring to that will be doing Reaching Home in those communities, will they be able to reach all of the necessary communities in your geographical area?
I believe so. I believe Homelessness Winnipeg is doing a good job of trying to reach out to all organizations, including the ones that you're talking about.
Excellent. I'm going to throw it over to Shane Williams, if you don't mind. Shane, looking at the same thing, both you and Jim were talking about some of the social enterprise, the fact that a lot of times it's revenues that are coming into these types of organizations that allow for the type of critical services that are necessary. What are you finding when it comes to the reduction of revenue, and how are you addressing that issue?
So we're actually seeing a reduction of revenue on small pieces of what Lookout does. So the social enterprising side of things, some of the addiction recovery, where we've not got our regular health referrals because people aren't being moved from location to location right now in an effort to try to contain folks. And so for the overall organization, because of the centers, the emergency response centers, we're seeing a great increase. So what we've done is we've taken employees from kind of failing programs at the moment. We've put those on pause, which is unfortunate because they have huge social benefit. But in this day and time, our staffing is our number one resource, and redeploying people into the emergency response centers across the region.
Excellent. Jim, how about yourself, if you can mention about the revenues that you have? Because as I said, I know that in Barrie, in Ontario, and out in Edmonton, Alberta, those are a lot of structures that they have where there's social enterprise that's paying for these programs. What are you finding, Jim, in Winnipeg?
New. Oh, here we go again.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good.
Okay. Our social enterprise per se is relatively new. We started in October. We see it as it's something that is going to have, it's already got tremendous momentum here at Siloam. We're speaking to government agencies seeking their inputs in terms of what could be next. Just to give you an idea, we started a social enterprise laundry, and it's all about putting people back to work that are experiencing homelessness. We're paying them, but I got to say to you that yes, there is a financial impact to them, but I got to tell you firsthand, the self-esteem piece and that dignity piece in terms of getting people back to work, also helping them with housing and some of the other supports, critical to this whole matrix.
I'll be honest, I can see Pierre Polyev. He's not on the thing right now, but he'd be clapping because we do know that the dignity that comes from one working is very, very important. So thanks for adding that. Chair, I hope I have 2 more seconds. I just wanted to switch it over to Paul Taylor and ask specifically, we talk a lot about making sure things are getting built. And part of the issues that we're having right now with COVID-19 is the restrictions on new builds not being able to be built. Here in the province of Ontario, permits are not being able to be granted. So when we're talking about the existing stock and wanting to grow more, what do you think are some of the steps that we need to take to be prepared for this?
That's a very good question. I think in normal times, I would have approached that response with a red tape reduction and expediting of processes to make sure that permits could be issued more quickly. Currently, considering just sort of the safety of the individuals that will be creating those buildings and on the construction sites, I would want to put that first and foremost. So I might recommend actually, because there's going to be a reduction in the issuance of some of those permits, perhaps now actually might be a really good time for municipalities to take a look at their own processes and streamline them. Everybody else is adopting technology as we are now to find other ways to get things done without necessarily incurring all of the travel expenses. Just one additional benefit here. Perhaps they could do the same. Definitely the time from project to groundbreaking just because of permits is quite a consideration today.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you all. Paul, you wouldn't be suggesting that we get to results rather than process. That's a very good suggestion. So we'll turn now to, thank you all, Ms. Kotrakis, then Mr. St. Marie, then Mr. Julian. Annie, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I begin, I would like to thank all our witnesses for taking the time to appear before the Finance Committee today. Now more than ever, Canadians facing homelessness and precarious living conditions are exceptionally vulnerable due to the spread of COVID-19. Ensuring these individuals have safe and continued access to essential resources and supports is one of our government's top priorities. We are all incredibly grateful for you and the selfless work that you do in this area, your input and perspectives on how our programs are being delivered and directly supporting Canadians facing homelessness. Thank you, and I look forward to our discussion this afternoon. I have 2 questions. One will be to Madame Arbeau and the other to Mr. Clément of United Nations, and I'm saying them both in the interest of time. Madame Arbeau, le plan d'intervention.
Ms. Arbeau, the Economic Intervention Plan has a number of measures that pertain to different homelessness issues. For example, the Canadian Emergency Benefit will allow some beneficiaries to have a home, a roof over their heads. Other measures.
Talk right into your mic. Quite a few of us aren't hearing you. I can see them putting their hands up to their ears. So speak a little louder if you could.
Okay, I'll do my best. I don't know where to start. I'll say par exemple.
For example, revenue top-ups such as the Canada Emergency Benefit will allow some beneficiaries to have a roof over their heads. Other measures such as reaching home initiatives are especially targeted for these specific issues. Do you believe that it is more important to target homelessness and housing through specialized programs, or rather through generalized measures such as the CRB?
This is not entirely related to homelessness and housing. While you are here, I would like to discuss the $9 million in additional funding for the New Horizons program that is being delivered through United Way Centraide. It is critical to identify vulnerable seniors facing isolation or poverty. Particular funding is being distributed, on poverty as particularly vulnerable to COVID-19. Could you provide some details on how that funding is being distributed to meet the needs of vulnerable seniors, especially those facing poverty and precarious living conditions? And what priorities or criteria are in mind, and has a plan been put in place to ensure consistent distribution standards?
To answer your question, I think that both are important. We need to both help individuals and organizations that will help these individuals.
When I spoke, there is a lot of things to be addressed actually around homelessness. It's not only having revenue and a home, it's also addressing, like Shane William was talking about and Jim was talking about too, it's addressing mental health, it's addressing addiction, it's addressing, recovery, trauma recovery. It's addressing also normal development of a young person actually who never went to school, who was bullied at school, who is really late and really wants to go back to school. It's all these issues that have to be dealt at the same time. So it's really important actually that they have the support of people who can help them, assist them, who can help them. But also, yes, sure, the revenue side is really important, because when people living on welfare, which in Quebec is $648 a month, how can you do that? You can't even find a room for that. So, and not let alone the food and everything. So I think both programs are really important.
And was it Miss Laflamme? Who was the second person, Annie?
To Mr. Clement of United Way Centraide.
Mr. Clement?
Yeah, thank you. Great question. So the question was around the New Horizons program for seniors and the $9 million that the federal government is mobilizing in support of vulnerable seniors. So first of all, thank you for that contribution to Canadians. It's incredibly important today. We all know that our seniors are the most at risk and vulnerable as a result of COVID-19. We know that means isolating at home and taking significant precautions. We also know that our most vulnerable seniors often are those who were using things, community support programs, day programs for physical and social activities. That's where they were accessing nutritious food supports. Those programs have had to close because of social isolation. So the very support infrastructure that was supporting our seniors isn't there, which means we have to actually bring those supports to them and our most vulnerable. And I think that's really important. And not the least of that is things like food. And we also, I'd name one more issue, and that is, if you think about Meals on Wheels programs, those are also often supported by volunteers who are seniors and at risk. So not only are some of the programs having to close because of social isolation, some of the volunteers that have been supporting them have had to isolate. So it's a little bit of a double whammy. So to answer your question about the methodology for distribution, we've been asked to make sure that those dollars are supporting all parts of Canada. So the first thing that we've done is we've made sure that there's a minimal viable amount of money that can go to communities across Canada. And then we also used a population distribution model. So where the seniors are and the distribution of seniors was used to then inform each region of the country in terms of their allotment of those dollars. Those dollars are being deployed through local United Ways and Centraides. So those are our 79 member organizations that serve all regions and all communities of Canada. They're accountable organizations with expertise on the ground, with community relationships and strong senior support relationships that are going to be delivering that funding to community support and senior serving organizations.
We will have to end it there, Dan, if we could. We'll have to, or we'll not get the rest of the questions in.
Okay.
Then turning to Mr. St. Marie, and then Mr. Julian, and then Mr. Morantz. Gabriel?
Oui, merci, monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank all our witnesses for your testimonies. Ms. Laflamme, first of all, I'd like for you to explain to the committee the difference between affordable housing and social housing. Then I would like for you to re-explain the measures that could be implemented by the federal government. You've talked about an assistance fund with that could be administered by the CMHC. You were talking about the 300 social housing units that are closed in Montreal, and you were also talking about help with paying the rent. Can you explain the difference between affordable housing and social housing, and can you talk about your measures? Thank you.
Bonjour. Donc,
Hello. So the difference between social housing and affordable housing is very important. Social housing is not in the private market. It's in the communities. It's public housing. It's like governments and cities own it, or organizations that or co-ops have these social housing units. These three ways of doing it are funded by the federal government directly before they stopped in 1994. Right now, according to existing programs in provinces, there are different ways of going ahead. Some are more funded than others. There haven't been any social public housing since 1994. This housing is for the seniors that live a lot in those units. As part of the national strategy, the federal government is talking about affordable housing. When we talk about affordable housing, it could be anything. It could include $2,000 a month units according to the different programs. Right now, there's no one definition for affordable housing. We're looking at different initiatives in the national strategy for housing. It can be based on a percentage of income or average income, or rather average rents, which makes these units way too expensive for many people. There are 2.1 million renters that are in a precarious situation. Their median income is $18,000. In Quebec, it's even lower than that. These people cannot pay in the private system that are done as part of the federal strategy on housing. This is why we want targeted investments in social housing so that we can get out of this speculation wave, so that we can have guarantees in these housing units. We need to get this out of the private system and have more accommodations. It could be co-ops and public and others. To your second question, these infrastructures are public infrastructures. In our current economic situation, we need those infrastructures. This can help with the local economy. Studies have been done in Quebec on what's happening in the local economy in Quebec, but I can talk about this later. To answer your second question with regards to the measures, this will be very interesting for you. There are units that are closed in Joliette as well, but it's mostly in Montreal that there are social housings that are not accessible because they need renovations. There are others in Canada. These need renovations. This could be done quickly. We could develop new social housing as well, but at least we could have these units available again for those that need it. In Quebec, we're talking about 40,000 people that are waiting for public housing. We think that we can't afford to not have these 300 units, and those are still under federal responsibility. There's also the assistance. Other groups in Canada ask for this. We believe that this would be easily implementable by the CMHC. It could be complemented to these income support measures, people that cannot pay their rent even with the $2,000. Some people are affected by other losses of revenue. A supplement for private housing, but right now we need quick supports. We could have this measure to help renters. The federal government has funded such programs in the past, so this could send a clear signal to provinces to help renters. Finally, the last measure that doesn't have to do with homelessness, but it's medium term. In the plans forward, we need to have plans for social housing so that the situation is not worse after the pandemic than before. We want to deal with homelessness and housing crisis.
We will have to end it there. And just for the technicians, David, I'm getting feedback of both languages. I don't know if other English is coming through a little louder than the French, but I'm certainly getting the feedback of both languages, so that'd be on the French to English translation. Turning then to Mr. Julian and then ahead to Mr. Morantz. Peter?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thanks to our witnesses for being here today. This is a very important panel. And we shout out to all of the shelter and supportive housing workers across the country who are putting their lives at risk in providing the vital supports that they are doing at shelters and supportive housing. These people are Canadian heroes, and that's why the NDP caucus has been calling for that courage bonus to ensure that those frontline workers are actually receiving appropriate levels of financial support at this critical time. Well, thanks to all of you for being here. I'd like to address my first questions to Mr. Williams. Shane, thank you for being here. I really appreciated you being available for this panel. I wanted to ask you a couple of questions. First off, in terms of what Lookout would need right away to deal with COVID-19. Secondly, to what extent something like opening the CERB to make it a universal benefit, people who are left out, seniors, students, people who are unemployed, they're all left out from the CERB. To what extent, if we made it universal, as Jagmeet Singh has proposed and is already structured to do, what kind of a difference would that make for people that you are working with? And then the third question is, coming out of this crisis, a number of our witnesses have talked about the importance of not going back to the way we were before. You've flagged in your presentation a national dental program. A national pharmacare is something that many people have stressed, starting to build housing again, social and cooperative and affordable housing. How important is it to have a game plan coming out of this crisis so that we don't go back to a normal which had so much inequality?
Thank you, Mr. Julian. I appreciate the questions. Your first question around the immediate need, Lookout and other service providers, I think across the country. I heard, my peers on the call today. We're really looking for a myriad of ways to help people socially isolate, whether they're symptomatic or COVID positive. Places to get people off the street. So it's cooperation with municipal government, provincial government to identify identify places, and then COVID reaching home dollars to operate places like the Roundhouse or like the gymnasium here locally in New Westminster or the church in Abbotsford. These are places where folks can come in, and then as we're going to inevitably see diagnoses of folks, having a spectrum where folks can self-isolate, that have their own bathrooms, that are able to do that. And so we've escalated a few different ideas to the province, and hopeful that we'll get some federal support on RVs, hotels, using university dorms, having an inventory of places that would be suitable for that spectrum, and to relieve our health friends in their emergency response, in emergency rooms, hospital interventions for folks that are COVID positive that require ventilation and hospital expertise, and the ones that can socially isolate and get well on their own, move into places, and being kind of creative around that. So that's immediate need outside of the stuff in my presentation, PPE and best practices in cleaning and those types of things. For the CERB, we're seeing different folks accessing our shelter continually, and now falling into more seniors, more students, more folks that won't be able to access the CERB. And so opening that up could be a huge, massive prevention tool for individuals. A huge cost to government, I realize, but I think that again, it's putting a roof, putting the shingles on the roof rather than trying to mop the rain water on the floor. I think that prevention tool would have an incredible long-term impact and keep people out of the cycle of homelessness. We know that every day somebody's homeless, it's more and more difficult on their journey back to wellness, and we want to prevent folks from becoming homeless or creating barriers or facing barriers. And I think that's a really smart approach to this crisis. As for not going back, we're putting investments in. We're going to see a healthier community as a result of this pandemic. Hopefully it's not going to go through the shelters like wildfire, and we're not going to see a huge loss of folks. And that's the risk at this point. But for the ones that we don't have that situation, I think that the nutritional value, the connection to healthcare, the relationship with nonprofits, the fact that they're not being exposed on the streets right now is going to have a profound impact on access to healthcare for these folks in the future and their ability to be well. And so we absolutely have to put mechanisms in place like pharmacare, like national dental programs, a true investment in social and affordable housing, as our peer said, investing in getting current housing out of the hands of for-profit entities and into the hands of nonprofits. The speakers today have articulated a lot of that stuff. I think it's very necessary to have a plan coming out of this.
Okay, thank you both. Just while we're with you, Mr. Williams, you had mentioned earlier PPEs, personal protective equipment, and that there was problems. What we hear from the national side is there's availability. Is there a distribution problem, or just what is happening? Why are those PPEs not getting out from the supplies? We're hearing there's supplies, there's plane loads coming in. Jason Kenney had some and he distributed them. How come they're not getting down to the ground? What do we need to do there?
So we have about 100, thank you for the question. We have about 100 different programs across 3 different health authorities, as well as BC Housing, which is our housing entity here in the province of British Columbia. All great supports, trying to do the best thing, asking for inventory on what we need for PPEs. Now, we're not an organization that's going to require N95 masks or that type of stuff, but having just your regular disposable masks or cloth masks, goggles, hand sanitizer, gloves, those kind of things, super important in what we do in sheltering and providing food for folks, and just the sheer volume of people we have and the volume of sites. Our PPE requests are quite great. And so we've put those requests into our funders, and we get a response saying we can't give as much as you need. We can only give you pieces of that. And so we're put into the situation, working with suppliers, volunteers, We've got a great immigrant program here locally that's made cloth masks for us for a small donation on materials. So we're cobbling it together. And I'm telling you, that's a full-time job plus at this point for one person, just trying to pull it together. Recently, BC Housing has announced here locally in the downtown east side that there'll be a distribution center to procure community donations and then thread that out to nonprofits. I think it started and we're starting to see a little bit more support, but our PPE asks largely have gone unaddressed. And if it wasn't for that full-time worker and our local connections and great champions in the community, we would probably be in a much worse situation.
Okay, thank you. It's something that we had to put a flag on, then definitely. Then we'll turn to 4-minute rounds to try and get everybody in. Mr. Morantz, Ms. Zerowitz, Mr. Cooper, and Mr. McLeod. Marty, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My questions are for Jim Bell. Jim, are you there?
I am.
Oh, good. We only have a short period of time. I just want to thank you for all the great work that you and Siloam do in Winnipeg. I got to know the organization personally when I was on city council. I've toured the facility. It's truly an incredible work in progress. So thank you for all that you're doing. You had mentioned in your opening statement that you wish you had more time. So I think I'm just going to let you take this time as that more time. And if you could touch on what you think is going to happen in the aftermath of COVID. In your comments, I would like you to just address more fully the concept of dignity in work, the program that you talked about, and also how important that is in breaking the cycle of poverty and homelessness, and also the crunch between reductions in charitable donations and people on the brink that will increase demand for your services. So with that, I'm going to cede my time to you.
Well, thank you for the questions, and I will make best use of time to answer part A and B of that. So right now, as with everybody here that is participating in this call, it's all hands on deck in terms of dealing with every day. Every day is a risk and trying to implement best practices. We've had to make some changes operationally in terms of how we serve people meals, social distance them in beds and the like. So we're paying attention to that, but we're also paying attention to your question. We are also paying attention to what is the aftermath, as you say, of COVID? What's it going to look like? So when I say I pay attention to the numbers, the number of people that are in the EIQ, did I read right that there's up to 6 million? Is it close to, or is that's the number I'm recently reading? I'm anal to numbers. I have a finance background, so I pay attention to the numbers. But to give you some scope very quickly, our plan here at Siloam before COVID hit, and even while it exists, we're opening, if I could show you right outside my building right now, we have a new building expansion. And it's a paradox. We're excited because we're going to have space available for all the services I described to you in the coming months. We'd be opening at the end of May had COVID not come upon us. When I say it's a paradox, we're grateful for the space, but it also tells you the need. We need the room because the needs continue to expand, and COVID is going to put more pressure on that. We're going to have more beds in addition to the 110 we have right now. We've responded to an RFP recently. We've been awarded based on people coming out of addiction recovery, where there is a need for supportive recovery beds. We have room in our current building after we make a move, so we're paying attention to that. We're expanding on our social enterprise. So all those things, given that we expect donor fallout, they're going to need resources, and I would love to work with government to show a business case to say, look, here's what we need, hold us accountable, and here are what the outputs that you can expect. You made a comment about the dignity and self-esteem of people. I can tell you, by investing in people that have been down and out, hardship leading to homelessness, I can tell you firsthand that people want to work. They want to be trained or retrained so they can get back into their own place, so they can get back into the job market. And we have stories and experiences when people come through the front door of Siloam, they will come back and share their experience because they have come out the other door being ahead. And I trust that's the same for some of the organizations that are on the phone today. So the last comment I would make is, as we pay attention to post-COVID, the need is going to go up. We anticipate that our donor contributions and other revenue contributions are going to go down, and that's whereby lies the rub. We know that we can work together with community to expand upon the services, but we're going to need your help. We're going to need the help of government, and in return for that, I know that we could provide you with some comfort in terms of the metrics to say, here's how many people are going back into housing. Here's how many people are going back to work as a result of job training. Here's how many people have participated in healthcare and are being taken care of from whatever the illness that they might have. So post-COVID right now, we don't want to be irresponsible when we say this because we're dealing with it all hands on deck today. But with my leadership team, we're saying, okay, when we come out of this, and we are going to come out of this collectively as a nation, here are going to be some of the challenges. And I hope that we can have another opportunity to talk about things like that. And I hope it's in the short term rather than the long term. So I trust that answers your question. I could really go on. But thank you for the opportunity.
You're right on time, Jim, and there certainly will be opportunities to talk about the long term, I'm sure, after we get through this.
Thank you, Jim.
Ms. Zerowitz, and then Mr. Cooper. Ms. Zerowitz.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. Okay, I just want to say a huge thanks to everyone for their very thoughtful presentations. And I want to also lend my thanks for your absolute heroic work, not only during this pandemic, but just ongoing. So thank you so much for all your efforts. I think one of the key things that we've learned, at least in hearing to you today, is that all the issues that we had before are only exacerbated, and if anything, really, really present themselves so clearly to us today. So I want to direct my questions to Ms. Fair from West Neighborhood House, just because I only have a short period of time. And maybe end off with Mr. Clement if I have a minute left. First, I want to say thanks to you for all your wonderful efforts in the Davenport community. And I wouldn't just say Davenport, I would say broadly Toronto as well. You've been a true champion for our community, not only around homelessness and housing, but I'd also say for our seniors community and just for our community in general. You've proposed a number of excellent ideas. The first one was around income tax filing. This has been an area I've actually been very worried about. We have thousands of our seniors. Many of them do not speak English. 43% of the Davenport riding come from another country. And so I just wanted you to elaborate a little bit. You talked about automatic income tax filing. How would that work? Would you see it as national revenue just taking last year's finances, or how would it work? If you can give maybe a couple more details.
John Stapleton has written a paper about this, and that's on Open Policy Ontario website. And he has a checklist of all the questions that need to be filled in for income tax. And the government actually has the information for almost every single item there already. So that's usually through the submission of T4s, T4As, or for seniors from ESDC, from GIS and Old Age Security. So there's actually, if we could overcome the frankly, a little bit silly privacy rules on this. There could be just literally a flow of data to fill those income tax forms in and get those benefits out. So that's it in a nutshell.
Perfect. Could you do me a favor and just formally submit that to the committee, please, just so that could be part of our formal deliberations? Then you've made a number of recommendations around housing, which were very helpful. And I think, and this is maybe to Mr. Bell, who had, talked a little bit about the ongoing discussions that we're going to have. The opportunity, and I always like to see that in every crisis, there's an opportunity that's before us. We have introduced the National Housing Strategy. we have introduced the poverty reduction strategy. We've taken a number of huge steps to try to address the housing issue, the homelessness issue, the poverty issues in our country. The opportunity that's before us is given we have a better understanding of what's happening right now and some of our vulnerabilities. And you presented a number of ideas, Maureen, around maybe things that we could be incorporating or adding to already the efforts that we are making right now. So I do want to ask you had mentioned an analysis that was done around your third recommendation around providing an incentive to private landlords. Please submit that to us. And maybe if I could just end off, because I only have 30 seconds left, but maybe you can talk a little bit more, Tess. Do you see the recommendations that you've made as in addition to the work that like fitting in well with the National Housing Strategy, or is it in addition to what we have already proposed?
I would suggest that COVID has raised some concerns that would show that the National Housing Strategy needs to now be turned into a system, an affordable housing system. And there's different components of it. So I think it's a natural progression from the very good start of the National Housing Strategy. But as others have mentioned, there's still a lot of glitches with the National Housing Strategy, relying heavily on not-for-profits to finance construction, and the private sector projects only having 10 or 15-year affordability terms. So we do think that there's a way now to take the good stuff out of National Housing Strategy, turn it into a system.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Then turning to Mr. Cooper and then on to Mr. McLeod, and we'll try and give time for one question each to Mr. Polyev and Mr. Fragiskatis. Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll direct my questions to Mr. Bell. We know that private charitable organizations, community groups, religious organizations are on the front lines and are playing an integral role in helping Canadians get through this crisis. And certainly Siloam Mission in Winnipeg is no exception. You noted in your submissions that 90% of the revenues generated by Siloam come from private donations. You spoke about what is anticipated to be a sharp decline in charitable giving. What measures do you think the federal government could take to encourage charitable giving at this time? Would you support, for example, increasing the charitable tax credit temporarily to encourage those Canadians who can afford to give to give? What are your thoughts?
Thank you for your question. And I had not given that much thought, but on the surface, I like your idea, even if that is a temporary measure, because it would create, certainly would create some incentive for people that we know there's going to be challenges in households with what I would call disposable income. But if that was a consideration, I believe that would be worthy, even if it was in the short term. Because I do believe in I would say that is a part of a partnership between the federal government and agencies like Siloam and others that are participating on the phone here and across the country, whereby we could continue. We like to think here at Siloam, given the fact that 90% of our dollars are from donors, we need to be good stewards with every dollar so we can stretch it to the best of our ability. And I think a partnership that would include a measure like that with the federal government, which would perhaps enhance donor communities to continue giving, because I also think that in addition to being able to adopt measures like that, I think we need to be in a position as organizations to show the impact that it's having. So that's why when I talked in my earlier comments, whatever measures could be done or put into place, including the one that you just suggested, that would show the impact that it's having, because we've talked a lot about housing today. It starts with housing, but you have to have the supports. And that's where those operational dollars come into play so much, to say, okay, John Doe, you have a place now, but you must have the supports. You must have the ability to attend job training, re-hone your skill, learn a new skill. Our biggest fear, quite frankly, is if that 90% should plummet significantly, we have no choice but to cut back services. And that would be a sad, sad day, not only for nonprofit organizations, but I think of the hospitals, and I think of the places that serve in our communities that are going to continue to be overloaded with people that are showing up in emergency rooms and the such that are battling addictions and mental health. So it's complicated, but the simplest way I can explain it to you, if that method and other methods like the Reaching Home initiative, I think is tremendous, but I'd like to see it get more legs. We've participated, Siloam has participated in the National Housing Strategy and the Co-Investment Fund. It's great, but I think it needs to gain more momentum, see what's working, what's not, and redirect the dollars into areas where they're needed for those that are working on the ground. And I can tell you, we would be a very worthy participant in trying to trade ideas. And I don't want to get ahead of myself because I think that all of us on the phone today or on this conference are speaking the same language. And there needs to be accountabilities put into place by all of us to say, if you were to increase the non-refundable tax credits around charitable donations, if the National Housing Strategy was to either expand or get more aggressive or redirect, I would expect that in return, you need to see results.
I guess we are at a time,
Thank you.
Mr. Cooper. Thank you both. Then going to Mr. McLeod. Michael?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the presenters. Very interesting discussion today. Housing is an very important issue in my riding. It's probably one of the biggest issues that we're challenged with. I'm the MP for the Northwest Territories, and in the North, so far we've been very fortunate that the COVID-19 has very little presence in our communities, especially our smaller communities, because not only do these communities have limited health resources, but with our overcrowding problem, it can be almost impossible for many to practice physical distancing within their own homes. So I have two questions. My first one is would you agree that this pandemic has proven the need for greater support in addressing the social determinants in health, like housing? Now, I know nobody here has talked about the North or remote or Indigenous communities, but I want your opinion on that. And the second question is, and I'm hearing a lot of this suggestion about building houses as part of economic recovery, because it's going to create jobs in every community that we build houses in. Can you talk about those two things? And I'm just going to throw it out there, whoever is interested in responding. Maybe all of you can respond if we have the time.
Who wants to go first? Who's up? Anybody want to take it?
It's Jim here. I suppose I've already said enough, but if
go ahead, Jim.
Go ahead. Well,
yep.
Thank you for the question. The first question was, has the pandemic increased the awareness and the need for housing in communities? I can tell you here in Winnipeg, the simple answer is yes. It already existed. There's already work being done by our organization and others in consultation with End Homelessness Winnipeg to try to determine where, the cost, who's going to operate these houses, working with landlords, all those things. But this pandemic has just increased the need. And to further to the question, I will tell you that I know that there's a significant piece that was just mentioned about the Indigenous community. It should be known that 50 or 60% of the people that are having meals at Siloam on a daily basis are of Indigenous background and come from the North. And they are seeking housing. We're working with End Homelessness Winnipeg. I know I keep mentioning them. They're going to love the promotion I'm giving them here today. But they are officially an Indigenous organization. So they're working very closely with that. But they're also feeling the pressures of the need for housing within the Indigenous community. So simply put, this pandemic has just put us all on alert in terms of how much more Housing is critical, but I got to say again, it's more than just the bricks and mortar of the housing. We have to have the supports in place, and that is where the federal government, I think, in the next 2, 3, 4 months, whatever your guess is when this is going to end, I hope there is a willingness to listen from an operating perspective to say, yes, there's a need for housing, but how about the operations of this to help people as they job train and deal with mental illness, deal with addiction, those types of things. That is escalating.
Okay, we'll have to end that round there. Sorry, Michael, we'll take one quick question from Mr. Poilievre and one quick question from Mr. Fragiskatis. Pierre, you're on.
I heard some of the witnesses mention the idea of a permanent universal basic income. When this idea originated, it was for the basic income to replace a whole series of complicated government programs with one simple payment to the end user. Is that the approach that the witnesses would take to a universal income? And if so, what programs, other than simple social assistance payments, would you see a universal basic income replacing?
Okay, who wants to take that one on? Go ahead, Veronica.
May I do that in French? Is that fine for you?
Wait.
Yep.
Okay.
We don't have a position when it comes to a basic universal income. Given our current system, we think it would weaken our social networks and our social nets. And social assistance just goes to show how much we need these social nets. For example, unemployment insurance was insufficient when the pandemic broke out. So we don't think that universal basic income would be a good idea. We think that it would further weaken our social nets. And given the current situation, it would lessen access to social programs. So this is not one of our recommendations to the federal program. We don't think that you should head in that direction because it could weaken existing programs. We think that current programs do need to be adjusted, like unemployment insurance, because there are some weaknesses there. Thank you. Does anyone else want to intervene?
We don't. We'll just get Peter in with one question, and then we're done. We're putting her overtime now. Mr. Fragiskatis, one question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Well, if Mr. Poilievre is advocating for basic income, we do live in unprecedented times indeed, Wayne. But to the witnesses, the question that I have is on the response in the immediate sense to COVID-19 as it relates to homelessness. Edmonton, and you may already know this, I'm sure you do, but an expo center has been taken out, 500,000 square feet, used by the city now, and split in half, basically. On the one side are medical services, beds for individuals with COVID-19 experiencing symptoms who need somewhere to self-isolate. On the other side of the facility, it serves as a drop-in. So from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., there's temporary storage space available for those who need it. Meals, shower, and washroom access is available. And 500 people a day have been using this. Any thoughts, and this is open to whoever wishes to raise their hand first to take it, any thoughts on whether this can serve as a model to deal with COVID-19 and the challenges it poses for homeless populations in the immediate term, in the very short term?
Maureen Fair will take it. Go ahead, Maureen, and we'll have to wrap up with that.
Partial answer. I think that it's one of the ways, but I'm really impressed with the City of Toronto's taking over hotels. This has afforded a bunch of homeless people a chance to have their own room, their own bathroom, and to self-isolate with a TV. It's way safer, and it's a real, I think, a really wonderful model. The question is, are we going to evict them at the end of the COVID pandemic? That's a future discussion.
Okay, with that, I know we always run out of time. Very challenging and interesting panel in where we can go from here. Some good ideas coming out that we will all pass up the line through our various portfolios. So with that, I do want to thank all the witnesses for appearing on this new way of doing things during these trying times. So thank you all. And with that, we will suspend for about 2 minutes and come back to start our next panel. Thank you very much. In business here, we'll are you there, Michelle?
I'm here. I'm just getting an earpiece connected.
Okay, we'll do a sound check with the new panel, and then we'll call it. time. It is the meeting number 20 of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Finance, and we're operating under an order reference of Tuesday, March 24th, to look at the government's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. I would ask yes?
Mr. Chairman, it's Michael McLeod. I'm just checking to see if the NBT Association community signed on.
Oh, okay. Yes, I didn't come back to them. Sorry about that, Michael. Is the Northwest Territories Association on there of communities on yet? I see Lynn Napier there. Mayor Lynn, I can see you, but I can't hear you. Can the technicians pull in Mayor Napier? Michelle? We can hear you talking, Michelle, but I can't. Are you there, Mayor?
Mr. Chair, if I may just jump here, we're trying to reach the mayor, so maybe we can try with another witness for the moment.
Okay, we'll start with the witnesses and come back to you, Mayor Napier, later. We'll just put you a little further down the list. Would ask the witnesses to try and hold their presentations to about 5 minutes. We always run at a time, and there's 6 witnesses on. Starting with the Canadian Federation of Agriculture, Mary Robinson, go ahead, you're on.
Thank you, Wayne. Mr. Chairman and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you and speak to the difficult realities that farmers and food supply chains across Canada are facing due to the COVID-19 pandemic. These next days and weeks are essential if we are to ensure Canada's domestic food supply is secure both now and into the future. My name is Mary Robinson, and I farm on a 6th-generation family farm in PEI. I'm also president of the Canadian Federation of Agriculture, and today I'm joined by CFA's Assistant Executive Director, Scott Ross. CFA is Canada's largest general farm organization, providing a unified national voice for the 200,000 farm families across Canada. Whether it's travel restrictions, social distancing, or closure of critical businesses, food systems around the world are being challenged by these new operating conditions. This global uncertainty highlights the importance of a well-functioning supply of affordable and nutritious Canadian food, a critical factor in good public health. This must be the leading priority behind the direct public health impacts of COVID-19. Canadians have always been able to depend on farmers to grow food. Today, Canadian farmers need immediate help from our federal government to continue fulfilling that responsibility. Without it, Canadian consumers could see a decrease in the amount and variety of food at their local grocery stores, as well as higher prices in the months ahead. I applaud the collaborative efforts of all levels of government in mobilizing their resources to protect Canadians' health, demonstrating what can be accomplished in the face of urgent challenges when we work together. There are no shortages of issues Canadian farms and supply chain partners are facing. Our first concern is the labor shortage impacting farms and food processing. We welcome many of the measures taken to date. However, continued logistical challenges will likely see many Canadian farmers still short on critical labor needs. This extends to processors and other key buyers of agricultural products who continue to experience disruptions and reduced capacity. The second concern is the increasing unexpected costs COVID-19 is placing on Canadian farmers. Supply chain disruptions like plant closures in livestock already see farmers having to hold on to livestock where they can or face immediate animal welfare challenges and the prospect of depopulation where they cannot. Regardless, this equates to additional expenses and reduced production. Meanwhile, shifts in the retail and food service landscape have seen markets evaporate overnight, leaving farmers with few options, if any. These challenges are eroding the confidence needed to invest in planting a crop and maintaining livestock herds, decisions that must be made now and directly affect the availability and affordability of food later this year. A domestic supply of food is the one source of food we truly can depend on. This year, more than ever in my lifetime, we will need Canadian farmers producing food and setting our country up to best weather this storm. The CFA is calling for an emergency preparedness plan that gives farmers confidence to overcome these challenges, targeting investments in a number of key areas. First, a flexible and responsive emergency fund, giving farmers and food businesses confidence that there will be expedient financial support to help them address unforeseen challenges. Second, enhancement to Canada's BRM suite to address immediate financial constraints through AgriInvest and provide confidence that they'll receive adequate support from AgriStability if they do see significant losses this year. Third, prioritizing access to PPE, second only to health, to ensure all agri-food workers feel safe coming to work. And finally, further measures are needed to encourage Canadians to work on farm and in Canada's food processing plants. Canadian farmers are resilient, hardworking people taking pride in the fact that every day we feed Canadians. If government invests now in mitigation and preparedness, it will ensure our food system is secure and our grocery stores continue to be well stocked with safe and affordable food while preventing far more costly issues down the road and positioning the agri-food sector to help drive Canada's economic recovery and prevent long-term reductions in Canada's capacity to produce food. I thank you all for your time and welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mary. Just to go back to a sound check for Mayor Napier, do you want to give us a sound check now, see if you're on?
Hi, can you hear me now? Okay, great, thank you.
I can. Is that okay, Michelle?
Michelle is not here, so I'll try to be the Michelle, but the sound looks great in the room. It's great in the room.
Okay, thank you. All right, then we'll go to, thank you, Mayor. Go to Clean Farms, Barry Friesen, you're on.
Oh, thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to address the members of the House of Commons Finance Committee. My name is Barry Friesen. I'm the General Manager of Clean Farms, and I've had the fortune of living in 4 different provinces from coast to coast, from BC to Prince Edward Island to Nova Scotia, now Ontario, and my first job was on a farm, so very proud to be talking about this. And I'll start by mentioning that I've worked in agriculture now permanently for 10 years. I've never been prouder to work in the industry and with farmers and people like Mary and Martin who are in this for the long haul. Clean Farms is a Canadian nonprofit steward organization created and funded by the Canadian crop protection industry, comprising agriculture manufacturers, retailers, and growers. We work across the agricultural value chain to recover waste from Canadian farms. Plastic packaging such as jugs, barrels and totes, large plastic grain storage bags and silage wrap, seed, pesticide, and fertilizer bags and twine. We are one of the many industries that support Canadian farmers. Our work also contributes to a growing circular economy for plastics and helps maintain the health and well-being of the rural environment. I've been asked to speak about how Clean Farms is managing operations within the challenges of the government's response to COVID-19 restrictions. For context, the ag and agri-food industry contributes over $100 billion annually to Canada's GDP, at the same time as it promotes food security here and worldwide. It employs 2.3 million people. Managing issues beyond industry's control, whether or politics, is the norm. But as you've already heard, COVID is pushing way past business as usual, and many farmers are being forced to make unthinkable decisions. Over many years, ag has proven itself as a leader in innovation, and growers place huge investments in their business. At the same time, this industry is focused on sustainability, protecting land, air, and water, because if they don't, Canadian ag won't exist. This is a lifelong commitment, and it's where plastics and Clean Farms comes in. For farmers, plastics are vital tools for farmers, from plastic packaging crates, plastic jugs and totes, or plastic film wraps that safeguard crops after harvest. Plastic protects Canadian agriculture. Clean Farms helps farmers recycle this packaging and promotes a circular economy in ag. Effective packaging is especially valuable when the supply chain is under pressure, as with the recent rail disruptions and now with COVID. While we're discussing the impact of COVID today, for example, thousands of tons of grains worth millions of dollars remain securely stored on farmers' fields in grain bags. Grain bags are those long plastic tubes you see across the prairies. For some growers, grain bags can be the difference between survival and disaster. And when they can't be used anymore, Clean Farms collects them for recycling back into new products. This is just one example of sustainable systems that are in place now to mitigate disruptions and promote food security during and after COVID. Right now, ag retailers across the country are working to make sure farmers have what they need to begin planting. In these challenging times, this may mean delivering products like crop inputs to farms ahead of schedule to avoid the impacts of transportation disruption. And this is possible because these materials, pesticides and fertilizers, are safely stored in plastic packaging. But we need to think of the recycling phase as well, where COVID is also having the impact. We're working closely with staff at over 1,600 collection sites across Canada, helping them put in place physical distance precautions that are so important to ensure growers can safely return their empty containers for recycling. COVID is adding cost and new pressures to these operations. At the same time, domestic and international recycling supply chains are slowing down and entering crisis mode. Recycling plants that were facing pressure before COVID are closing for the health and safety of their workers, creating stockpiles of plastics that can't currently be recycled into the economy and turned into new products. There's a huge investment in this industry, and we don't want to turn back the clock to 2008 where investments were lost and we had to rebuild essentially from the ground up. Despite COVID-19, Clean Farms teams are still at work with our ag partners trying to figure out how to recover more plastics and other materials so they remain a valuable part of our economy. We need to support the ag supply chain so we can manage these plastics to protect the environment. And to do this, we need to support the industries that enable Canada to be self-sufficient, competitive, and sustainable. Protecting jobs and the environment, reducing food waste, and promoting food security, our partners are doing all of this in the face of COVID. We will do our part, recycling the plastic products and packaging that are so vital to ag productivity. In closing, I'd like to thank the government for the support that is being directed to ag communities to enable them to continue with the essential work that they do. And I'd like to thank the committee for the opportunity to share these additional concerns and comments with you today. Thank you.
Forgot to push my own mute button off. Thank you very much, Barry. Then turning to Mr. Nyber, Forest Products Association of Canada. Welcome, and the floor is yours, Derek.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the opportunity to share perspectives from Canada's forest sector and its workers. FPAC represents Canada's wood, pulp, paper, and wood bioproducts manufacturers. We're a $73 billion annual industry, directly employing some 230,000 Canadians across over 600 communities. FPAC's grateful for the Government of Canada's and provincial government's recognition of the essential nature of our sector, our products, our supply chain, and our workforce. Rarely have Canada's forest products been of such high profile, from a 241% increase in the demand for toilet paper to the need for sanitary wipes and paper towels, pulp that goes into protective masks and hospital gowns, wood pellets, biofuels, and green energy that feed heating systems in provincial power grids. We've embraced our role as an essential provider. Our workers and partners along the supply chain have been incredible. Mary talked a bit about that. We can't say thank you enough to our mill workers, our further manufacturers, truck drivers, railroaders, retailers. I could go on. Given the moments of protectionism we've seen in recent weeks, I'm also proud that we have this sustainable and valuable natural resource right here at home so we can provide for Canadians. Despite the current headwinds, I must say that our sector is quite optimistic about the future, but the next 2 to 3 quarters are going to be brutal. There's no doubt. That said, we are looking to 2021 and beyond and view our sector as having an opportunity to be one of the bright lights in Canada's economic recovery, especially in our northern and rural communities. Wood products are increasingly becoming the building material of choice from a renewable source and from among the best managed forests in the world. Our wood waste isn't wood waste at all. Wood chips from our sawmills are being turned into everything from toilet paper to bioplastics, from paper towel to biofuels. It's our contribution to a more circular and lower carbon economy. Our industry is not looking for a bailout. What we're looking for is bolstered cash flow supports to keep our businesses operating through these difficult next 2 to 3 quarters. And remembering, we're an industry that hit our low point in the market in 2018. 2019 was difficult, and we've got about $3.6 billion of Canadian industry softwood lumber duties that are sitting in a US bank account now that we can't wait to get back. Across the country, over the next 36 months, we have hundreds of millions of dollars in shovel-ready projects ready to go that will further improve environmental performance, drive economic growth, and sustain jobs in northern and rural communities where there are often few options, and in some cases, we're the biggest game in town. The rest of 2020 is going to be about survival. Thus far, well-intended federal programs like the wage subsidy program are leaving a large majority of players in our sector and our workers behind. And the effectiveness and speed at which we need liquidity supports remains a big question mark. This is what we're facing. Lumber markets have collapsed with a nearly 40% decline in prices in recent weeks, leading to the temporary closure of dozens of sawmills. At last count, we were at 39 sawmill closures across the country, and this has put thousands out of work. Some of those essential products I talked about earlier are made possible because of Canada's pulp mills. But with sawmills going down, our pulp mills are starting to suffer. They can't get the chips they need to make their in-demand products, so some of them are starting to announce downtime as well. And with offices closed, stores closed, advertising revenues down, and school out, our newsprint and paper markets are collapsing around us as well. Despite falling markets, with increased supports, there is an opportunity to keep more of our mills operating and more of our people working. Right now, most sawmills have come out of their winter harvest and our log yards are pretty full. It would be great to process more of our log inventories. This is where an improved wage subsidy program would be of interest. We're a highly integrated sector. Our sawmills are our industry's heartbeat. We need to find a way now to keep our sawmills operating so chips can continue to feed our pulp and paper mills. If we don't have chips flowing, our industry's biggest artery is cut off and thousands more will be out of work. So a couple proposed fixes on the wage subsidy side. Many of our companies have multiple segments and mills, and they just don't meet across the business the 30% revenue decline. If there was a measure to consider a mill by mill or more of a segmented approach, this could keep thousands more people working. We're also a proponent of a sliding scale approach. We found the 75% threshold to be very generous and of great interest, but we'd be equally interested for our companies facing a 10 or a 15% decline, maybe to qualify for a 40 or 50% subsidy. That creativity would be a big help to us as well. But wage subsidies aren't the magic bullet. Our biggest issue, and I think it's similar for our friends in agriculture, it's about liquidity, managing increased operating costs, working through falling prices in markets, and making our credit payments. We've just not seen the evidence yet that the BCAP program out of EDC is going to deliver what we need. We need supports now, ones that move with speed and ease in the face of markets that are falling off a cliff, measures that are not going to force companies to provide more security. Many just don't have the flexibility to do that. And we need measures that are responsive to the reality of the crisis. And we need our lenders to be prepared to take more risk than our Main Street banks. So we have a few other ideas. I'll defer those maybe to the Q&A portion. I have a couple of suggestions around worker supports that we're working with our friends at USW and Unifor on, but I'll defer those to the Q&A and I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Derek. Then turning to Mayor Napier with the Northwest Territories Association of Communities. Go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present to all of you regarding the government's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm Lynn Napier, the Mayor of Fort Smith and President of the Northwest Territories Association of Communities. We proudly represent 33 communities of the Northwest Territories who vary in size from 52 to 21,000. Our members are both Indigenous communities and traditional municipalities, but all are northern and remote to varying degrees. We've been fortunate enough to present to this committee in the past and have highlighted our 4 main federal priorities as infrastructure, climate change, housing, and broadband. The current pandemic has really highlighted the importance of these priorities and how much they impact on the resilience of northern communities. We've been very pleased to hear of the programs announced to date to mitigate the economic impacts on both individuals. Further, the more recently announced health and social services support for northern communities was very welcome. When our territorial government, residents, and businesses are doing better economically, so are our communities. Despite the program name, little or none is actually going to local communities. We are, however, going to need additional programs to support local governments. As you know, local governments are relied upon to keep essential services running. We have 33 communities that deliver water, sewer, and landfill services, provide fire protection, planning and building services, transit and recreation services, and protect our most vulnerable populations. We're working tirelessly to ensure that we maintain these services, but we are also very concerned. COVID-19 has led to not only many additional tasks for communities, it is also compromising their ability to raise revenues, whether they are taxes or user fees. This poses a particular challenge due to the size of our communities, and especially when they cannot legally carry a deficit budget. We're going to require particular support from the territorial and federal governments. I'd like to highlight some unique areas of challenge in the North which make us particularly vulnerable to the virus and to its impacts. We have a large cohort of vulnerable populations, including those on income support, homeless, and those with mental health and addiction challenges. Well in excess of 50% of our housing is overcrowded and insufficient. The last month of self-isolation has really highlighted the inadequate broadband connectivity in our communities and proven a barrier for education, work from home, telehealth, and participation in the digital economy on an unprecedented level. The lack of proximity to healthcare services due to our community remoteness is making community leadership very anxious. This is further compounded by the fact that we are over 50% Indigenous, which is a particular risk factor with respect to COVID-19. We are already seeing significant impacts on our 2 main industries, the mining, oil, and gas industry, and tourism. And last but not least, our existing supply chain issues are only likely to become worse. Our communities will require support for the immediate response to COVID-19. The funding should be provided as quickly as possible, and community governments are already experiencing significant impacts. To get this funding out the door as quickly as possible, it should be allocated, based, and distributed on a base-plus basis. Direct municipal financial impacts will also need to be addressed as well, whether they relate to reduction in tax revenues, user fees, or additional costs. We hear estimates that 1 in 4 businesses may not survive the pandemic. That would mean a significant loss of tax revenue. Closed recreation facilities cannot generate user fees. Without these financial supports, communities will be forced to reduce services even more, or those that can will have to raise taxes at a time of such economic instability. With Northerners already having been subject to a very high cost of living, even pre-COVID-19, this will have a significant impact and may in fact put some residents into insolvency or force them to leave. With respect to planning for the critical economic stimulus recovery phase, I'm pleased to let you know that local governments are agile enough to be important partners. We commissioned a report by the Conference Board of Canada's Centre for the North, which clearly demonstrated that community governments' expenditures have the largest impact on the NWT economy. For example, local government expenditures generate 13 jobs per $1 million expended, while territorial and federal projects generate 7 and 6 jobs per million, respectively. Local governments are absolutely the best bang for the buck. The use of the expansion of the gas tax fund with a continued allocation-based distribution across Canada on a base-plus basis is the best way to get stimulus dollars to our communities. Although not funded to communities, it is incumbent upon us to highlight as well the critical importance of increasing the funding for housing in the Northwest Territories. This will serve not only as an economic stimulus, but will address many of the social determinants of health in the communities and in the long run, make communities more resilient. We would be very pleased to provide advice on how best to design the various funding programs to be the most effective in the North. We're best positioned to help various programs navigate the challenges in the North. And we ask that don't wait until there's little or no uptake on a program to contact us. We do it so much, we even have a brochure on it. So we wish to thank you for the invitation to present to you this afternoon, and we hope that you continue to consult with us, with the Government of the Northwest Territories, our sister organizations across Canada, and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Then turning to the UPA, Mr. Caron. Go ahead, Martin.
Merci.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, all the committee members. Thank you for having invited us, the Union des Producteurs Agricoles, for commenting on the COVID-19 pandemic and associated agricultural issues, especially as they relate to rural and remote communities. Agriculture is the most important economic activity in rural areas. Combined with the agri-food sector, it contributes more than $112 billion annually to the Canadian economy and generates 1 out of 8 jobs. Agricultural production alone generates over $60 billion in annual market revenues. In addition, Canadian agriculture producers invest close to $8 billion annually in their businesses. Hundreds of communities across the country depend on agricultural activities to populate the area, maintain local services, and operate schools and other public services. Without agriculture, Canada would be a large uninhabited country. Canadian farmers are now competing with countries where the social, environmental, and health requirements are much lower than ours. We are also competing with farmers who receive much higher government assistance than we do. It's a competition that we are finding it increasingly difficult to sustain, especially with the United States. The COVID-19 pandemic is a major crisis, the likes of which have never seen before. It has not spared the agricultural sector. Animal husbandry and plant production sectors are hard hit. The market disruption is significant and requires each producer to take huge risks to maintain production. We're moving into the unknown. The agricultural risk management programs known as AgriStability, AgriInvest, and AgriRecovery are not designed to respond to this type of situation. We need to know now whether the government will be there for us as we take major financial risks to maintain production. The Canadian Federation of Agriculture, the CFA, has made a series of proposals. Mary mentioned some of them earlier, including the creation of an emergency fund for the agri-food sector to bring the AgriStability program back to what it was prior to the 2013 budget cuts, and an increase to AgriInvest for 2020. The Canadian government must send a clear message to farmers that it will support farmers should the situation deteriorate over the coming months. To help to protect the future of rural communities, land use, and continuity of the food chain, the Canadian government needs to fund business risk management programs at the level they were at before the 2013 cuts. The COVID-19 pandemic highlights an urgent agri-food issue, a consequence of several years of federal lack of engagement. In times of crisis, Canada's food security depends on the ability of Canadian farmers to feed the population. The current public health crisis is putting pressure on farmers across the whole world. It is difficult to predict what stock levels and food prices will be in the coming months, which vegetables we will be able to import, and at what price. Not giving a clear signal now to the Canadian agri-food sector is taking a huge risk for our entire population. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cron. And before I forget, Mary, if the CFA could, you likely sent your emergency proposal to the minister. If you could also send that proposal through the clerk of the finance committee, then we'll distribute it to our members that way too. It'd be a document we could use. Then turning to Ville de Santerre, Mayor Matt. Mayor Matt.
Oui, merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to speak to you on behalf of Quebec's municipalities. I have to say that given the difficulties I had to connect properly, I can tell you that during a pandemic and confinement period, we can see how important it is to have an efficient internet connection in all Canada's regions and municipalities. Santerre is in northwest Quebec, Abitibi-Témiscamingue. It's a large territory, 16,512 square kilometers. Our economy is mainly based on forestry. It's also a major urban center for rural Quebec in our area, which is to say that within our municipality, we have government services, we have commercial and industrial services that also serve several other smaller communities around us. So we support all of them too. It's also a major Indigenous community. We have 3 Indigenous communities that live in our area that are Cree Algonquins and another. In January and February, we were going through another kind of crisis that people may have forgotten for the moment, which was the railway crisis. And these issues have not been resolved with Indigenous communities, and we mustn't forget about that. Within this region, Abitibi-Témiscamingue, which depends on forestry, agriculture, and tourism, so you can well imagine that today, those vectors of economic activity have been hit very hard by this current situation. The impact of the crisis in Quebec's small municipalities and rural areas is particularly brutal, especially for remote and isolated communities that are often dependent upon a single industry. In our case, that is forestry. We consider it important for an economic recovery that we be able to open borders to forestry products. Right now, our mills are still working because we need certain things, but then tomorrow we're going to need softwood lumber, and that needs to be shipped out to all kinds of markets, especially the American market that buys a good deal of our product. So we need to really open up the softwood lumber industry. When it comes to my municipality's territory, we also have some European or American clients. So obviously, when it comes to hunting and fishing, obviously we're not going to be expecting any Americans hunting and fishing anytime soon in our area, but we need to support our tourism industry in a very targeted and major way. When the city's roles at this time is mainly focused on on the population's safety and security. So we deferred municipal taxes. But when it comes to individual support to people and support for our businesses and the economic recovery, well, cities will be there, of course. But we do have expectations from other levels of government, whether that be provincial or federal. And so the personal support for businesses, we do have certain expectations, and some of them have already been met through various programs that were set up. The UMQ is already working on a municipal recovery program that's going to be filed both with the provincial and federal government, depending on which parts. Among other things, we've got the Municipal Infrastructure Fund for water for water treatment. Certain projects had already been accepted within Quebec, and they're sitting on the desks of public servants in Ottawa right now. So sometimes it's just rubber stamping that happens in those cases, but these projects absolutely must go forward. We must be ready to move for economic recovery as quickly as possible. It's very important for Quebec's municipalities. What we need is an increase and an expansion of the use of the gas tax fund, which allows us to fund projects in our own communities, not just and smaller projects too, not just major infrastructure projects, but we can repair municipal garages and that kind of thing. So an increase of the tech program is also very important. We have to get our young people to work. The summer jobs program had all kinds of projects that were tabled and filed in January. It's not realistic anymore. We know it's now by April that it's not going to happen. So the youth programs have to be also have to be expanded to help our youth. In Quebec, there's a big move to decentralize the public service. It's very important that the federal government consider doing so too. Small is beautiful. The government has to think about providing services in each area, economic development services in all across the country, employment services all across Quebec's regions. We need more people in our own offices so that people can work for the public service and people can feel close to their public service. I had a few other comments to make, and I'll probably have an opportunity to raise them during the question period because I see that I've already gone through my 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'll just tell you the order of questions. I think we can go to regular around 6 minutes. Mr. Genereux will be up first, then Mr. McLeod, Mr. St. Marie, and Mr. Julien. And I wonder, Sean, do you want to test your mic? Say you just came on there for this round, so just test your mic. You got to unmute your phone there first. Go ahead.
So I'm testing my mic. I had to change my audio. Can you guys hear me coming through? Okay.
Yes. Is that okay, David?
Yes.
Or Michelle? Okay. Great. We're okay. We're okay there now. So, Mr. Genereux, we'll go with 6 minute rounds. Go ahead.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank all the witnesses for being here.
Jean-Marc et Jean-Maurice, merci beaucoup d'avoir été là. C'est très intéressant.
Jean-Maurice, thank you very much for being here. What you told us was very interesting. Did the UMQ assess what kind of losses you would have when it comes to fiscal revenues? Are you going to be asking the federal government to be compensated for a loss of municipal taxes revenues? The UMQ is providing a daily update with information received by various municipalities. Today, they are talking to all of the municipalities, small and large, and a clear picture is going to emerge in the coming days as to COVID's impact on municipal taxes. But what I can tell you is that the impact is not necessarily, well, in fact, it's really next year that we're going to be able to measure the major impact of this crisis on the municipal realities. Are you anticipating any business closures in your area? We think that when it comes to tertiary businesses, we have economic development businesses that are also assessing all of this. But of course, we're right in the middle of the crisis now, so it's hard to have a clear picture. But we do expect, we certainly do expect some closures. When it comes to forestry, it has slowed down. It's going to be very difficult for our farmers. And tourism, forget about it for this year. Thank you. Now I'll move on to Mr. Caron and Mrs. Dabel. I'm in Montmagny, as you know. It's a very agricultural area with lots of farms and small farms and some large agricultural businesses as well. Many of them talked to me about the $40,000 credit program for Quebec businesses. One of the realities that many small farms face is that they are registered non-collective farms, as they're called in Quebec, and they are not eligible. Do you have anything to ask of the government in that respect? Answer. That's a very good point, Mr. Généreux. We did, in fact, just send the federal government a letter asking them to fix that problem, because right now a lot of agricultural businesses do not meet the eligibility criteria, including the one that you just mentioned, and it would be great to resolve that issue as soon as possible. Our businesses need cash flow as soon as possible. Response. That's what I'm told. Also, apparently, there's been some dumping of milk in the last week or two. I asked that question of the minister, but she wasn't there this week. But I know there has been some communication between your office and the minister's office when it comes to the Dairy Commission. Do you see any solution to this issue? Because some people are being asked to only buy so much milk at a time. So that seems like quite a dichotomy between the fact that between the production that's happening in Quebec and that we're talking about thousands of liters of milk being dumped, and the fact that when people go grocery shopping, they're told that they can only buy so much milk because there's a limited supply. What do you have to say to that? Answer. Well, of course, we always do have a problem when it comes to processing. So we have to find a way to quickly balance these things. And we will require the federal government's support to do so, to support to support both production as well as processing. Question. Mr. Caron, Quebec has announced some help with $100 a week, which is added to the $250 a week for workers who are receiving CERB, the emergency relief benefit. Do you think this is good news? And do you think that it will be deployed tomorrow or at least Monday? Because we know that people are already seeding their fields and they need help. Answer. That seems to be good news, but we'll have to see what the criteria are, the eligibility criteria, and to see if it really lines up with all the challenges and problems that farmers face. Question, Mr. Caron, when it comes to criteria and the issues, in Ottawa, we're talking about the whole issue of regulations in the agricultural sector. I'm told that it would be favorable to lower some regulatory requirements when it comes to quality, of course, but when it comes to the speed, it would help speed up our agricultural production. We're trying to be as self-sufficient as possible when it comes to our food production. What would you have to say to that? Response. I would say that, yes, we do have to do something along those lines. There was the $500 benefit. There was going to be a subsidy to help subsidize the quarantining, the 2-week quarantine period for temporary foreign workers that are arriving, but it hasn't gone. Question, do you think that should be retroactive to the beginning of the crisis, meaning March 15th? Answer, exactly. Because people already had moved forward in March. They have already spent a great deal of money on these things. So I would say that any cash we can provide to producers, and we also need to increase business risk management programs. We've been asking for an increase to the Agri-Stability Program, among others, for example.
We'll have to end it there. And I would. You did well. You got a lot of questions in a short time. That's the way we like to see them. If anybody else wants in on some of these questions, raise your hand, and I may see. I don't have everybody's picture up. So we'll turn now. Thank you, folks. We'll turn now to Mr. McLeod, and then on to Mr. St. Marie. Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you to all the presenters today. I really appreciate the discussion. I want to pay a special welcome to somebody from Northwest Territories, Mayor Napier from Northwest Territories Association Communities. I really enjoyed your presentation. I thought it was very informative and very well presented. I wanted to ask Mayor Napier, from your point of view, about the different aspects of the federal emergency response plan that are being presented. You know, we've had quite a few. We've had programs that were announced for unemployed, programs for companies that saw a loss in revenue. We saw a loan program for a small business nonprofit. We saw Indigenous business fund set up for Indigenous governments and Indigenous community corps. We announced on the land programs in Northwest Territories that I see people out at their cabins and setting up tents all over the place. Then this week we announced the Northern COVID-19 package, and also we had announced the Indigenous community support. So we announced a whole bunch of programs. Can you tell us how that's being received in the communities? And maybe you could tell us where the federal response can be improved. That's my first question. I got one more.
Okay, thank you. It's great to hear from you as well. So the funding measures that have come out already have been very well received. All of the supports that are going toward the territorial government, that are going to the on the land programs, that's an amazing measure that's been put out, and to allow people to not only to self-isolate, but to go back to traditional practices for food security. And so definitely all of the programs, the CERB, all of them very well received across the territory. What we're looking at now is, while there has been money that has gone out to airlines, we know that it's not enough, and airlines are critical to our entire territory. The impact of the COVID-19 on airlines has been devastating, and there are communities across the north where that's the only way that we can get to them. And we rely on them not only for medical travel, for food security, for really everything. And right now, that's the only way that we can get even testing for COVID to the smaller communities. So we know that that is a really urgent issue that is facing the north, and probably for rural communities across Canada, especially when we look at territories like Nunavut, where there are no roads at all that lead into the territory. So we know that that is a major impact. As well, we are coming into now breakup season, and so we're losing the ice road access to many communities. And when we're looking at which is already going to affect our supply chains, where we've seen impact in the past 2 months for the supply chains, it's only going to become worse. So we know that any money that's going to come into the territory for construction, for supplies, with this season especially, will need to come soon so that we can use those funds across the territory. There's a very limited window in which we can get to the different communities. So if there are any programs that are helped for economic stimulus, such as construction or putting money into housing, where we see, which is one of our federal platforms for housing in the territory, we're going to need the money quickly so that we can get those projects going.
Okay, I have one more question for you. I wanted to talk about the economic recovery that you talked about. What kind of measures will the NBT communities want to see from the federal government when it comes to that recovery phase, when the worst of this is behind us? I heard you say housing construction as an economic stimulus. I totally agree. Is there other things? What do you think needs to be in place?
So I think, housing, absolutely, number one. And for small businesses across the territory, we do not have the same resiliency that you would see with the larger box stores that you would see in the south. For municipalities, an increase to gas tax or even a doubling of the gas tax would certainly be beneficial. In my own community, 2,500 people, the financial impact that this has had in the past 2 months is increased spending and loss of revenue, which has cost our municipality about $180,000. So that's very significant for our community, and for smaller communities across the north, the impact is going to be just as much. We're looking at schools across the territory where all of our schools have shut down. They're going to online education. We don't have broadband in all of the communities, and even in my community where we do have broadband, it's not throughout the whole community. So we need broadband across Canada. We need housing. We need infrastructure. We need money for the municipalities.
Okay, we'll have to end that round there. Thank you both very much. Turning to Mr. St. Marie, and then we'll be followed by Mr. Julian and Mr. Lloyd. Gabriel?
Oui, merci Wayne. Donc,
thank you, Wayne. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for your presentations. Especially you, Mr. Matt, you raised several important issues. I've noted all of them, and you can be sure we'll push for them. My questions are addressed to Mr. Caron. Thank you for being here. In your presentation, you talked about the problems in the agricultural sector. Can you please give us some details about the current support programs, which you said were not designed for this kind of crisis, and what other issues did answer? Well, for one thing, we've got a dropping market right now. Right now, some of our markets have dropped considerably. I don't know if these programs are really going to help us quickly enough. That's why we asked for a specific fund and get the cash flowing as quickly as possible. We have a cash flow problem in our business. And beyond that, when it comes to our programs, and independently of the pandemic, the interpreter is having great difficulty hearing this witness. Question. You mentioned in your presentation the agri-stability program that needs to be increased. Can you briefly explain to us what needs to be done exactly?
A little slower and into the mic. The translators are having a little difficulty.
Okay, merci. Thank you. Donc,
so to answer your question about the agricultural programs, we had asked for a 15% increase to bring it back to previous levels. But on top of that, there's the Agri-Invest program, which needs to be increased by 5%. And that producers not have to invest matching funds into that program. Of course, we also have to create an emergency fund. The CFA mentioned that earlier. That's an essential aspect that we require, because right now agriculture producers have to keep their or those raising animals have to keep the animals on their property because they can't send them to the slaughterhouse at this time. That's a real problem. Right now, consumers are eating in restaurants and they're asking for things like steaks, but at home they're going to eat ground beef. So there's a complete imbalance in the market right now, and we can see that in milk and in pork and in other production areas as well. Question. Thank you. Mr. Généreux raised the issue of milk earlier. Some groups said that we should increase the quotas, capacities and quota and that the Dairy Commission should do that. What's your opinion on that? Answer: I think we should look at all the alternatives, and that may be one possibility, and perhaps we should take a look at that. But our federal government is going to have to participate in these agreements. Question. Thank you. When it comes to these programs that you're asking for an increase, what exactly are you asking for? Well, when it comes to deferred payments and increases, I'll tell you that right now the elastic is being stretched very thin. It's really through programs that are going to provide us with cash flow. The $40,000 program was quite good. And I think maybe that should be increased as well, especially for some of our producers, whether we're talking about horticulturalists or vegetable producers. There are many businesses that are going to need help. Your message has been received. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question? I can take his time if he doesn't want it.
Sorry, I didn't have my mute off. I just, while we're on that same line of thought, I would turn to Mary. And Mary, you mentioned the emergency program that you were proposing, an emergency fund. Do you want to expand on that and what it would mean? Perhaps as importantly, I don't think many people understand the whole side of the food security issue for the country. This isn't just about farmers making a livelihood and an income. The very essence and bottom line of this is food security for Canada. So you could expand on that.
Thank you, Wayne. I'd like to build on what Martin has shared with us. And the Agri-Invest stimulus that we've asked for would be 5% based on allowable net sales from 2018. And the reason we've suggested that is a very, very simple mechanism that would give a quick injection of cash to producers straight across all commodities in the country. And we thought that would be the cleanest way to get a stimulus to farmers to help them address some of these extraordinary costs. The second part of our ask was that we would increase agri-stability coverage, and that would mean returning the coverage rate to 85% and removing the reference margin limit. Now, agri-stability is typically used to address large declines in margin. And what we've seen is subscription to this program drop off because it's become very ineffective. I believe it was the Conservative government that cut it back 15%. So now if you're going to trigger an agri-stability payment, you're in very, very rough shape financially. It comes a lot longer. It comes 16 months after the fact, and it's just really not that effective as a safety net program. So we've asked for Agri-Invest to be reinstated to what it was before. And then we've also asked for improved access to capital. We know that there's been all of these offers made through from FCC, and in that, they only represent about 30% of the lending within our sector. So we'd like to see in CALA, we'd like to see that expanded to other lending agencies in Canada. And the emergency fund that we mentioned, that is really a statement from government of confidence saying to Canadian producers, and we've heard from other presenters, that we're competing against American producers who definitely know they have the confidence of their president, and they've seen over $30 billion given to them. So what we need our government to step up, much like they have with health, and say, we need to ensure that our domestic food supply is secure this year. We need to make sure that producers right now who are investing hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars have the confidence to do that. And if we don't have that kind of financial backstop from the federal government, we are going to see a reduction in food planted and animals raised this year. We will see it hit all of us, and it will result in food shortages, definitely a decrease in the variety of food, and a for sure increase in the cost of food. We've been careful about this in the press to not raise panic and alarm, but I can tell you that in Prince Edward Island, and straight across the country, I'm hearing upwards of a 25% reduction in potato planting. I'm understanding that in the Holland Marsh, where that's really the vegetable basket of Toronto and that entire area where 90% of the produce in the middle of summer comes from the Holland Marsh for those areas, they're looking at a 10 to 40% reduction in their planting. So this is going to have a direct impact because producers right now do not feel that government has really put anything in place that's meaningful, that they can take to the bank, and that if something happens on their farm due to COVID and they're unable to harvest, that they're covered. So it's a lot, makes more sense for them not to make the investment.
We'll have to end it there and turn to Mr. Julian and then on to Mr. Lloyd and then Ms. Katrakis. Peter.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Thanks to our witnesses for being here. You represent very, very important sectors, and we certainly appreciate your time today and hope that your families are safe and healthy. I'd like to start with Mr. Nyberg and the Forest Products Association of Canada. It represents a very important industry. Now, you've written for the government, I understand, about the mill-by-mill approach in terms of the wage subsidy, which should be easy to fit within the regulatory framework, and also the sliding scale approach as well. I'd like you to tell us what response you've received on that, because these are two very thoughtful approaches that can make a difference for mills across the country. And secondly, if you can go into discussions you've had with unionized workers around the USW and Unifor, and what suggestions that leads to in terms of how we can help provide supports going through this crisis.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity. So the wage subsidy piece has been top of the list with Unifor and USW in our conversations and just getting more of our companies in. The reason we're not fitting a couple of things, the March 2019 comparison was when we were at our low point in lumber commodity markets. We came off a real high in 2017, got hit with softwood lumber. Things started to slide late in 2018. So that was not a great benchmark for us. The Jan-Feb 2020 adjustment as an average, what didn't work either because we were still not quite out of that point yet. And our margins are so thin, and we're also selling in US dollars. So our revenues get a bit of an artificial bump with the US dollar, with the Canadian dollar going down. So we just couldn't fit into this model. What we've done is, to be fair to the finance minister, it's just in the last couple of days that we've shared these new approaches. We were looking forward to last Saturday's legislation. We've taken a few days to try to find our way. We do think there's an opportunity in the regulatory framework. So we're going to do our best to push there. So it's only been a couple of days, to be fair to Minister Morneau and his team. The other two pieces, but once again, I say that's not a magic bullet because we've got massive cash flow issues we got to deal with. So the wage subsidy really allows us, it'll help us get a number of more mills up and running, get some more people working, and get that chip flow going to the pulp mills, because we've got 3 pulp mills either down or we have 1 down and 2 going down. But their order sheets are pretty full. Like there's a demand for their products. So we'd like to keep those pulp mills moving. On the worker side, 2 things I've learned in this process was one around what's called a sub or a supplementary unemployment benefit, which prior to March 15th, on EI, a lot of companies in our sector, because we're a commodity sector, if we have a temporary shutdown, we try to keep a lot of our employees whole. So they might go on EI and then we'll top them up with something called this sub, which can be $200 to $300 a week on top of your $573 under EI. On March 15th, when we kicked into the CERB, and I think I get why this happened, it was ease of getting this thing up and running and cash out the door. Not only did the maximum benefit move from $573 to $500, but our ability to do that $200 to $300 top up was taken away from us. So right now, it's still not fixed. That's been in Minister Qualtrough's office for about a week, and we've had a couple tries. I know they're busy, but we still have gotten no word back. That measure is something that's on industry's dime to top up and help our workers during this transition, and we'd like the flexibility to use that again.
Thank you very much. And I've spoken to the minister. The minister has the powers and has said that she will put them into place as part of our parliamentary agreement last Saturday. So the sub is not a barrier, and it's just a question of the government having the will to keep their commitment. So the commitment that they made to us is that the sub will be reactivated.
Thanks, Peter.
Mes prochaines questions sont pour Monsieur Caron.
My next questions are for Mr. Caron and Ms. Robinson too. It's all about the risk management programs for businesses as well as the agricultural credit. We were already asked to undertake a complete review to reduce the risk for businesses. In your opinion, is this an important imperative as well? On top of the emergency fund. You said that both were important and that we needed to act immediately.
And then Ms. Robinson, Mr. Caron.
Oui.
Yes. Well, I think that is an excellent question, and it's important to fix these problems when it comes to our cash flow. When it comes to agri-stability, some of our producers depend on it, and we need to go a little further. When it comes to agri-invest, this is something that really could, if we could infuse businesses with cash as quickly as possible so that we can deal with the current crisis and move forward. And as I said, we need to increase agri-invest by 5%. And we also need to cancel the corresponding, the matching funds that producers normally have to put into the fund, temporarily at least. I'll let Marie add her comments when it comes to the emergency fund.
Mary?
Mr. Chair, I apologize. I couldn't hear the question because I had the interpreter as well as Mr. Julian speaking at the same volume. I apologize. Is there any way I could have the interpreter repeat the question for me?
It really related to agri-stability, agri-invest, and business risk management.
And the importance of it moving very, very quickly on that. And Alistair McGregor, who's called for a very quick and important improvement in those programs.
So the reason that the urgency of this is so dire is because of our season. So the Agri-Invest tool is an easy way to quickly get money out there, and then to have an announcement that agri-stability has been brought up to meet our request would then give producers the confidence that further down the road, if they run into trouble, there's going to be agri-stability for them. The emergency fund goes beyond that, and that talks specifically about the impacts on a farm. Like if we're seeing right now with our beef farmers that they are unable to send their animals to slaughter because there's been all of these impacts of COVID that we understand is being pushed by a union to shut down the plants. So what's happening is they're having to hold on to animals longer. So the Canadian Cattlemen's Association has put in a request for a set-aside program that would be the same as BSE. So that there are many specific examples within this. And agri-recovery would be, we understand it's going to be modified, that we can axe it for COVID-related losses. But the emergency fund is kind of an umbrella fund beyond that. And I know the clerk did get a copy of our plan, and she will be sharing it with all of you if she hasn't already. And if you have any questions, please be sure to reach out to us after the fact.
Okay,
I can ask, Wayne, would you mind if I ask if Scott Ross has anything to add to that?
Scott? Do you have anything you want to add, Scott?
Yep, sorry, muting there. I think Mary covered it very well. I think the urgency of the BRM program enhancement speaks directly to the fact that farmers are making planting decisions right as we speak, and those tools are needed to provide the confidence so we don't see those shortages and price increases that she referenced in her earlier response.
Okay, thank you. We're out of time there, Peter, but I just would say to Mr. Nyler at the Forest Products Association, if you could send us a copy of that note that you sent to Minister Qualtrough as well. that would be helpful. Turning then to 5-minute rounds, we will start with Mr. Dane Lloyd and then on to Ms. Katrakis. Dane?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My first question is for Mr. Nyber. We're talking about rural and remote communities. We know sawmills are predominantly located in rural communities. My concern is you've noted that the pulp sector has, and I think we could guess why, toilet paper consumption has gone up dramatically, but the use of toilet paper has probably not gone up dramatically. So we're seeing huge stockpiles in people's houses. Do you believe that's going to cause in the near future a serious drop in demand for pulp products when people don't need to go to the store to buy toilet paper anymore because they have so much?
Yeah, it's a good question. We saw, yes, on toilet paper, but, tissue markets, paper towels, sanitary wipes. I think maybe there was more of a surge on the wipes as well. But so I'd say toilet paper is a bit of an anomaly. Like that was a 241% shift like that. So that's an area where I think if you talk to any of the toilet paper manufacturers, they're going to see a significant dip in the weeks and months ahead. The other product areas, not at all. I think if you think about sanitary wipes and paper towels, the demand is going to be pretty strong for those. So the prospects for our pulp mills are pretty good. Our biggest issue is they need to operate by that consistent flow of chips, and especially in BC. I mentioned almost 40 mills down. 24 of those mills are in British Columbia. So the impacts in Western Canada have been more significant at this time. But as this drags on, I'm increasingly concerned about capacity issues in the east as well.
Absolutely, and I mean, one of those mills is in my riding, as you well know. About 60 people were laid off. Can you describe to us more in detail about why the current lack of a segmented approach, whereby we know a lot of these industries are integrated, pulp mills, lumber mills, but they can't demonstrate a 30% loss in revenue. Can you kind of explain that further, why it's important for the government to adopt a segmented approach to this so that we can get people back to work in our rural communities and our mills?
Yeah, and a 30% drop for us, like if we went to 30% down from even the heyday, we'd be in big trouble just based on our margins. So that number is just not something that's part of our vocabulary. Your community is an interesting one because the mill that's down in your community was acquired by a slightly larger company some time ago. So even though they then fold into that larger company's revenue picture. So what we're saying is for a company for that mill in your community, for Spruceland, if we can just look at that mill's financial picture and make them fit outside of their parent company, that creates an opportunity. If we can't do that, given the unique, and forestry is not alone in this challenge in terms of fitting to this 15 or 30% threshold, maybe if you hit 10%, then the subsidy is a bit less. So those are a couple fixes. I'm encouraged to hear. This confirms what we were starting to hear the last day or so, that there could be within the existing regulatory framework an opportunity to implement this fix. So we'll be doing that follow-up with the Minister's office on Monday.
That's positive to hear. Thank you. My next question is for Clean Farms. I think that this whole pandemic has, for at least many of us, reiterated or reinforced the importance of plastics. So when we're talking about medical devices, N95 masks, endotracheal tubes. But in terms of your work with agriculture, I was hoping, could you enlighten us about what you think if we had no plastics right now for your particular industry and what you do for our agriculture industry, in light of COVID-19, what would be the consequences to our food sector?
It would be tremendously detrimental to the food sector if the plastics were disappeared. And I guess what we commend for the fact that people are interested in plastic, getting it out of the waste stream, getting it out of the lakes and the rivers and the streams and the oceans. But the way to do this is, we really think, is programs like ours, where you put extended producer responsibility, industry in charge of managing this, as opposed to putting blanket bans on materials in it. Like you say, if plastics were no longer available, it would be a tremendous impact. I go back to my first job. There was 4 of us that baled 11,000 bales of hay and PEI back in my first job for a 6-week period. that can be done with the use of plastics now by one person in a matter of days. It's tremendous how much the plastic technology has improved
Mr.
agriculture
Friesen,
today. Yeah.
Mr. Friesen, could you outline what these consequences would be? I think everyone wants to know what would be the consequences. Can you give us some real life examples?
Well, the real life examples would be that in some cases there would be just the price of food would go way up. We would, if we lost the ability to use plastics in agriculture, from storage of material to production to hay bale wrap. If that wasn't, it's virtually all bale wrap used in all hay used in the dairy industry is now wrapped in plastic.
In light of COVID and our food supply issues, like what role is plastic in your industry playing with protecting the food supply in Canada during COVID?
Well, it's tremendous. The same practices today that before COVID are being used. It's just the fact that we have these materials here to use. The challenge we're facing right now is the fact that recycling plants are being shut down, and we're not gonna be able to collect a lot of these materials. So it's very difficult. So the COVID isn't having a direct impact on agriculture yet in terms of the use of plastics. Those technologies are still available, but the problem is going to be what if we can't collect it? What if we can't manage it? We're going to have to burn or bury this material. So that's probably going to be the biggest impact as well.
We'll have to end it there. Thank you both. Before I turn to Ms. Kotrakis, just for members on the committee, we do need to decide what we're doing next week. So I'm just going to throw this out to you now, and we'll meet for 5 minutes after this panel is over. But I was thinking on the first panel next week, maybe we need just a general session for those folks that have been falling through the cracks on our themes, like Food Processors of Canada, where we could have maybe the Canadian Cattlemen's Association, others in the panel 1. Panel 2, workers, students, and the unemployed. Panel 3, manufacturing sector, and panel 4, municipalities, provinces, and territories. I'm not married to those panels, just for members to think about it, so we can have a quick 5-minute go around when we're done with the witnesses. So to Ms. Kotrakis, and then on to Mr. Moretz. Annie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to also echo my colleagues in thanking our witnesses for their time today. Our government's measures are working to ensure that whether you live in the city, the suburbs, the country, or in the north, you will receive support in these challenging times. Your input is incredibly valuable as we develop and adapt our supports for those living in rural and remote communities. Ma question est la suivante.
This is my question, and it's for Mayor Matt of Sanitaire. Mr. Mayor, as a mayor of a remote municipality like Sanitaire, and with respect to the execution of the various announced programs, the federal government prioritized the speed and ease of access for Canadians seeking support. The CERB, for example, allows people to apply in person or online or over the phone using a toll-free number. In that perspective, can you share with us the experience that your voters have had when it comes to the federal programs? And how have these experiences been for the citizens of Sanitaire? Answer. Well, I don't need to go very far to tell you about it. I have in my own home a son who benefited from the CERB. So you may think that we were anxious to see such measures. As soon as the measure was implemented, it all took place very quickly. Now the CERB is a concrete example that I personally witnessed since my son lives with me. So that's good news. When it comes to businesses, we can see that some measures are appearing and they're related to economic recovery services. Right now, many businesses were able to benefit from the federal measures, but we're still analyzing the effect of those. So I couldn't really tell you yet whether it's effective or not. We have teams studying that file. And when I say teams, I don't necessarily mean just my municipality, but I mean the territorial, the area economic development services. So in the coming days and weeks, we'll be able to better assess how effective it is. But I can tell you that there is enormous need on the ground. CERB is great news. It seems to be going well. When it comes to financial assistance to businesses, that's in progress, and we need to assess it. And there, of course, there are all kinds of different circumstances in Quebec, and we have to measure this and assess it and see whether or not it really is helping all businesses, especially those that were already in difficulty. So we want to help businesses be ready for economic recovery when it happens. But we do have people studying that. Question. Could you describe the situation on the ground in your community a little bit? What are the issues? Are we talking about specific issues? Answer. Well, in Abitibi-Témiscamingue, we have very few cases, only 140 that are cases of COVID that are confined in our municipality. About 3/4 of them are in Rouyn-Noranda. For our municipality, we think we've lost about $243,000 in lost revenues. That would be part of the impact of the crisis on our municipality. 315 jobs have been lost. We're lucky because we have a major forestry industry which has continued to operate. They haven't stopped their operations, so we're lucky there. But all the service industry, all those that are supporting the bigger industry. So we're talking about 315 lost jobs, about 243,000 lost income revenues so far. That is a major impact. All of this during the confinement period and social isolation, which we are maintaining, but people are starting to find it a bit long because this follows right on the heels of the railway crisis. So people are becoming a bit impatient. Question, does that include Indigenous communities? Answer, well, Indigenous communities, I think the Algonquin communities are finding things a little bit more difficult. There are 6 in Abitibi and 1 in Témiscamingue and 1 in the Outaouais region. And I think that it is difficult. They close their reserves both to people coming in and coming out. So that's difficult. For Indigenous peoples living in the towns, we have friendship centers, but those services, of course, aren't offered anymore. There's no more food kitchen. There's no more school. So a lot of the services have disappeared. But all of this needs to be dealt with after the crisis, of course.
I don't have, if I can share my time with someone who's not on the list.
That's great. Then we will go on to Mr. Morantz, and then on to Mr. Fraser.
Just saying, if I get a chance, I'll wait. But
okay, yeah. Well, did you have something right there, Elizabeth, on that round?
Yeah, I do. If I could
go ahead, throw one question in, and then we'll go to Marty and then Sean.
Thank you. I'm just so pleased that we're focusing on agriculture. It's a big hole right now. I think we need to identify food security in this pandemic as an issue we're not paying sufficient attention to. So I wanted to throw this to Mary Robinson. I think she was the one who mentioned we need to create opportunities for young people to work on farm. I'm having trouble with Service Canada right now on the summer jobs program to identify that agricultural work could be one of the upcoming Canada summer jobs. And I wonder if she has any comment. Thank you.
Mary, thank you. Elizabeth.
Elizabeth, you've delved into an area that I'm going to ask Scott Ross if he can help me out here. I'm not that well versed on the Canada Summer Jobs Program. I'm wondering if Scott might be able to help me out.
Yes, sure, Mary. what we have heard on the Canada Summer Jobs Program is that agricultural employers as essential industries can access and apply still at this date for the Canada Summer Jobs Program. One of the challenges we've heard identified, however, is that there's not any new funding or spaces made available in the program. And so for agricultural employers to get applicants, it requires another business or industry to be sort of bumped off the list as a result. And so certainly we're very pleased to see that this is recognition's been given, and we hope to see youth coming out to farms through this. I think there is a broader set of challenges, though, certainly around agricultural employment and bringing youth in that extend beyond that program. And much of it speaks to the challenging environment at this point in time in attracting Canadians writ large to farms. And that speaks to remote locations, the consistent message, as we all understand and recognize the importance of staying home, but certainly creates a challenging set of decisions for Canadians when they are looking to leave their homes and go to work on farms. And more than anything, I think when we look at the CERB and the incentives that are provided, there is a real challenging case to be made to see someone forego those benefits to work on farm at this time. And one of the key issues we've been highlighting is the need to look at creating an incentive that would allow Canadians to access those benefits while working on farm out of recognition of the essential nature of our food supply and the fact that we need all hands on deck when it comes to working on farm at this moment.
Okay, we'll have to leave it there. Thank you, all three. Then turning to Mr. Morantz and then Mr. Fraser. Marty, you're on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Robinson, I just wanted to ask you about the carbon tax. Are you there?
I am.
Yeah, she's there.
I recently had a call with the Saskatchewan Association of Rural Municipalities who expressed concerns about the carbon tax. They also noted that it was increased, as was the initial plan, on April 1st in the middle of this crisis. They tell us that they estimate that the carbon tax will add roughly $2.38 per acre on an average Saskatchewan grain farm, probably similar numbers in my home province of Manitoba. And I'm a city boy, so I'm just learning about agriculture, but I had never heard of grain drying before I got elected for the first time to Parliament in October. So it's a new thing for me, but I understand it's agriculture is a very energy intensive business, and it's a critical business for the reasons you've outlined. We don't want to see panic. We don't want to see our grocery store shelves empty, and you've outlined a plan. But what I'm wondering about is whether you would consider including in your plan a call for the federal government. By the way, there's also the downstream cost of the carbon tax. It's not just the tax itself. It's the cost of transporting, trucking, for input costs on fertilizer. It permeates the entire industry in a substantive way. And I'm just wondering, given that you represent this sector, I think something like 20,000 members, you said, is that?
200,000.
200,000 members. That's a lot of members. If your organization would support calling for a pause on the carbon tax until we get out of this mess we're all in.
We would go beyond a pause in our request. Carbon tax on farm, if you have a look at the Agriculture Producers Association of Saskatchewan, APAS, and President Todd Lewis, they've done some fantastic number crunching. And I think they came out with numbers that mean that it will mean an $8,000 loss per farm family, the carbon tax, and what they're being taxed on, as you point out, rightly so, these are activities that are not optional. If you're going to grow grain and you're going to store it and send it to market, if you don't dry the moisture out of it, it will just simply rot in storage. So it's not something that's optional. It's not like you're going to increase efficiencies. There's been a lot of work done on efficiencies, and it's just simply the tax is wrong for agriculture. It needs to be removed entirely. We would support a pause, or we'd support just removing it completely would be even better. And I wanted to point out, you make the great point that agriculture is critical here. And not only is it critical for our food security, but it's also going to be a key player in how we recover from all this. When we come out and the dust settles on COVID, agriculture and agri-food is going to be one huge opportunity for return on investment. So anything we spend right now or put in the hands of farmers is really going to pay off in spades when we're through this.
Thank you. My next question is, could you repeat that, what you just said exactly word for word again? No, I'm just kidding. Because
we heard it, Marty. It's on the record.
Well, I want to make sure everybody on the committee heard it.
I have one thing,
loud
Mark.
and clear. Let me just, I do want to ask you another question. Was that Mary?
Yeah.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
I was just wanting to point out, as you say, you're a city kid. I'm a country kid. And I think what a lot of people don't understand about agriculture is it's a lot like the stock market, in that when you go to buy or sell something on the stock market, you have what the market tells you and you can't shift that. So all of those grain farmers, all the canola farmers, the beef guys, everybody across the board, when they go to market with their product, they're told what they're going to be paid. They have no way to change that. So when we see all of these additional taxes and costs, COVID, carbon tax added on, it just takes away from families.
It goes right to the bottom line.
Yeah.
Just one quick other question, if I may, just to switch topics, and I really
it'll be a quick one, Marty.
That answer. Yeah, just on the CEBA, we've had a lot of reports that credit unions aren't geared up in many cases to deliver it, and I'm just wondering if you've been hearing from any of your 200,000 members who've been trying to get access to the $40,000 interest-free loan with the $10,000 forgivable piece, if they've been having trouble accessing it through their local credit unions.
I haven't heard specifically on credit unions. Scott may have, but we have heard for sure that in Quebec in particular, and Martin spoke to this, that because of their corporate structure within those farms, they're unable to tap into that money. They don't have the employment figure, that box 14. They don't have a number in there that gets them to qualify for it. Scott, did you have anything on the credit union and if people can access it through their credit union?
I haven't heard that specifically, but I can speak to, I mean, the importance of sole proprietorships, joint partnerships, and use of dividends as a way of compensating farm owners and operators all seem to preclude a lot of agricultural operations from being able to access the CEBA.
Well, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you all there. I would say, though, on the FCC, it's come up before. I just checked the figures, and I think, Mary, you indicated only 30% of farmers deal with the FCC, but there's roughly 1.8 billion in deferred loans through FCC as of a couple of days ago. So turning to Mr. Fraser, and then we'll go to one question from St. Marie and one from Mr. Julian. Sean?
Excellent, and thank you so much to all of our guests for being here with us. I'll start with the CFA, Ms. Robinson. Thank you for your testimony today, and I'm so sorry that you have to be so closely situated to our chair in your ordinary life. You can be a grumpy guy every once in a while. I wanted to start on the issue of the
oh no,
during the outset of your remarks. Sorry, what was that?
Sorry, you cut out there. I thought it was my internet going.
Oh, my apologies. I'll try to speak slow so it gets captured. I want to start on the issue around access to labor to keep farms producing so we can ensure an adequate food supply during this unprecedented time. I'm curious if both your perspective on the measures taken to date with seasonal agricultural workers or migrant workers from abroad, if that's been helpful or how it could be improved. And second, what measures do you think would be most effective to actually get Canadians working in food production that typically may not be, who could be looking for work this summer? I believe one of my colleagues on the line, I forget who, mentioned the Canada Summer Jobs Program. There's a part of me that thinks it could be a bit of a romantic summer for, in some ways, if Canadians en masse started working and went back to the land to work the farms. But practically speaking, in a commercial operation that's going to achieve the kind of volume we need to protect our food security, what could we practically do to enhance the agricultural sector access to labor, both foreign and Canadian?
So thank you so much for the question, Mr. Fraser. And you will have received from the clerk our emergency preparedness document. And there are on page 3 of that document, we do outline some, I think it's on page 3, I'm trying to see here. We outline some measures we suggest be taken in regard to recruitment of agri-food workers to address this labor shortage. And the work we've seen done on the temporary farm worker side, it's fantastic that we got access to those people. We're still going through some of the rigmarole to get Guatemala to send people to us, and that causes a lot of concern, particularly in Quebec, because I see a lot of workers from Guatemala. And the $1,500 will certainly be used up as we try to finance the isolation requirements for those foreign workers. Beyond that, we do need to see access to PPE. That's vital in order so we can all keep healthy on the farm and keep doing what we need to do. And we need to have this sense of those workers being essential. It'd be really fantastic if we could have. We've heard stories of xenophobia and some comments saying, "Go home," and "Why are you taking jobs from Canadians?" And that's just so far from the truth. These people are heroes, and we should be celebrating them and thanking them for coming here and having the confidence in us to keep them safe. We have asked specifically in regard to attracting displaced Canadian workers that we would, you've heard of the Working While on Claim setup, and we have proposed that there be a 0% clawback on working while on claim, because government's going to pay people to be on EI or have CERB, and if they could have those payments as well as the wage they would earn on farm or in an ag processing facility, that we think would go in the category of hero pay. Because ultimately, we do need to incentivize people to have the confidence to go and work on farms. We would also like to see testing, rapid testing available. We think that will go a long way to ensure people on farm are kept safe. And when the first tests become available, maybe the first 20,000 are made available to our healthcare system, and maybe the next 20,000 are made available to our agri-food system. Because when we see, for example, in High River and what's happening with Cargill, that's catastrophic. And we're going to get into animals being culled. I don't want to mince words here. Animals, there's an animal welfare issue, and it's highly expensive, and we just can't turn the tap on and off in animal production. So these are some of the things that we're seeing, and you'll find more details in our document when you have a look at it.
I expect to have time for one more question, Mr. Chair. Yeah, he's nodding. That's good. So again, Mr.
Oh boy.
In the limited time that we have, we heard one of our guests today mention specifically that there was a different sort of consumer habit, perhaps as people are not eating out at restaurants and are trying to stock up on groceries, for example. I'm curious if we have the domestic production capacity to actually be providing these sort of increased sources for these staple foods that people are purchasing at the grocery store. Is there a strategic risk at all that we won't have the ability to produce what Canadians are buying now that we're seeing a different kind of eating or purchasing habit demonstrate itself?
I don't think we have a shortage of capacity to do that. I think I talked to Todd Lewis the other day, and he assured me that on his farm alone, he's got enough flour to feed PEI for at least 2 years. So Wayne will be in cinnamon rolls for another 2 years anyhow. We have certainly this shift in consumer patterns has had a huge impact, and there's that time lag as the producers and the food chain respond to that. And I was thinking about the question asked of Clean Farms and how plastics is helping that. We know with our mushroom growers, they have dumped hundreds of thousands of mushrooms. And some of that's because their packing facilities aren't set up to pack for retail, and nobody right now wants to be pawing through a bulk mushroom bin to pick out their mushrooms. So they're going to get around that, and they'll be, I know if you saw the piece by Mike Medeiros in the National Post, it was excellent, and it talked about his 20% reduction in production because he saw this drop in the in the food service business. So the system is responding to it, but I think in the long run, the best thing we could do is ensure that producers have the confidence to grow the food, and I think that we'll be able to process it pretty well here, so long as we have that chain working.
Okay, thank you for that all. We will try and get 4 single questions in if we could. We'll go to first Mr. St. Marie, Mr. Julian, Mr. Polyev, and Mr. Fragiskatis. Go ahead, Gabriel.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for Mr. Matt. Can you tell us about how important it is to improve connectivity for rural and isolated communities. It's important with COVID, but now it's about public safety and public security. It's a major issue. Can you tell us more about that, please? Answer, well, we can see how important that is today. We've been talking about it for so long. It's difficult to understand that we're still not properly connected today in our municipalities and regions, despite so many efforts by both levels of government. Here's an example. There's a business that wants to come and set up in our area. We've been working on this for a long time. It's a $5 billion economic recovery project. It's a big project, and a project that doesn't cause any social issues. The area residents and everyone in the area is on board. But without internet and without even proper cellular service, businesses are hesitant to come and set up here. We're 15 minutes from the city of the town of Amos, which is 12,000, has a population of 12,000. So it doesn't make any sense for us to not have better connectivity. And we can see now, going through this crisis, how important it is to connect all of our regions and communities. And let's find a way to help service everyone in all the areas, including rural areas and remote areas. Even just to practice agriculture, some people are even talking about moving elsewhere for agricultural businesses too. So it has to happen. Thank you.
Mr. Julian, if we could go to a single question, please, so we can get the two others in.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, my question is for Mr. Matt and Madame Napier. It's simply the issue of funding from the federal government to municipalities. And we're hearing of the problems right across the country that cities, both large and small, are facing. How important is it that an aid package come out immediately to support municipalities, regardless of their size, across the country?
Go ahead.
I can take that.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Mette.
Okay, thank you. It is critically important that funding go to communities. When you look at, just levels of government, what they're able to provide to communities, communities are first on the ground with water and sewer services, with, street cleaning, everything. So, in our own community, we have 4 people at our water treatment plant. If 2 of them get sick, that's half of our workforce. I mean, so we're looking at, how do we keep providing the services that we need to keep going, the expenditures that we have. We have, this sounds maybe a little bit morbid, but the reality is, like, we have our curling club, our ice has been left on in case we need to use it as a morgue because we have 1 space at our morgue. So we have expenses that we need to take care of. As I said earlier, we've already spent in excess of about $180,000 that we're not going to get back. And looking at the long-term effects, we don't know how long this is going to last. And, we can't run our municipality in a deficit. And so, for cities, for villages, for towns across the country, we're all facing these impacts. And, the funding programs that have come out for businesses, for individuals have been great, but municipalities are being hit pretty hard as well.
Mr. Mette, do you want to give a quick answer?
Yes. Municipalities must feel that the federal government is supporting them. Not necessarily through extra funds, but perhaps by adjusting existing programs. I was talking about the gas tax program. We need to open that up to allow us to do things closer to home. Perhaps we also talked about students. Perhaps the students that were going to work in the tourism industry, who we won't be using this summer, perhaps we can hire them for municipal projects or for agricultural businesses. We need to adapt and adjust programs to deal with the current crisis and to help us prepare our own economic recovery.
Thank you for that. And we'll go to a single question from Mr. Polyev, and then the last question from go ahead, Pierre. From Peter, I guess. You there,
Thanks
Pierre?
very much. Thanks very much, Chairman. The question is for the representative from the Canadian Agriculture Federation. Can you expound more on the cost and harm the carbon tax will cause farm families? Furthermore, the government keeps talking about all these green jobs the carbon tax is creating. Have your members experienced increased job creation or wealth creation on the farm as a result of the carbon tax?
Ms. Robinson.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Polyev. Carbon tax implications on farm are just simply whittling away our bottom line. We are a price-taking part of the economy. We don't have any opportunity to get paid more or pass the costs on that we face. So APAS has done some wonderful number crunching. We can get that report to you to help you understand on a grain farm what the implications are. And as far as increased job creation, I certainly haven't had any of our members telling me that they have seen increased job creation on their farm due to the carbon tax.
Okay, Mr. Fragascatis, you'll let her wrap it up. Peter.
Happy to wrap it up, Mr. Chair. The question is for Mr. Nyber. Mr. Nyber, how many workers are registered under the supplementary unemployment benefits in Canada in forestry? Would you have a rough estimate even? And on that, are you working with other sectors? I know that the sub is particularly important, in the auto sector. So that's the first thing. And then a quick last question. You had mentioned in your presentation the fact that there are, and I'm quoting from you here, hundreds of shovel-ready projects that are ready to go. Could you go into the spin-off effects that come from forestry? How important of a multiplier that sector is?
Yeah, so quickly on the sub, I'll get back to you next week. And the auto piece I had thought about. So I'll check first with our members in Unifor and steel workers, and then I can maybe check in with Flavio or somebody in auto and maybe get a better read. So I'll be back to you next week, and I'll happy to share that with the clerk as well. The projects we have a lot of projects, our focus in working with our members is on things that are going to drive environmental performance, economic growth. So you're looking at air, water, so effluent, and then a lot of other innovation as if we can convert some of our paper mills as that category declines into other products that might be more in the bioeconomy space. So there is a lot of transformation that continues to happen. Actually, in the last significant downturn, there's a $1 billion black liquor program. Some of you might remember that provided a lot of stimulus to a lot of our pulp mills. We'd like to see a broader stimulus package that's going to support our sector and allow more people to participate. I think in the case of that stimulus, it was very, very narrow. I think if we broadened it to innovation, environmental benefit, and economic opportunity, that's going to allow us to not only modernize and build for the future of our sector, but also is going to create those spin-off jobs through construction and support local communities. And based on where we operate, we're mainly in northern and rural communities. So we're already thinking about what is our role and responsibility as a sector to be part of Canada's recovery coming out of COVID. So we hope to be a big player in the north and in rural communities.
Great. I asked the question because of the spin-off effects, and they seem to be very significant indeed. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I got on mute. There we go. I do want to, on behalf of the committee, thank all the witnesses for their presentations. Send us the extra material that a few folks were asked for. Thank you for your suggestions and also your constructive criticism. We appreciate that. This is a moving target, and certainly the government has showed a lot of willingness to modify programs after they come out to ensure that that we're doing the best that we can for Canadians who face difficulties as a result of COVID-19. So your suggestions are very welcome. So thank all the witnesses for that. For the committee, I suggested earlier, and we are going to have to find some way to hold a steering committee if we can next week. But what I'd suggest from the list of panels and themes that we had talked about previously, I do think we need just a general session where each party sends in their priorities in terms of the witnesses. There's 3 I can think of already for that a general session. The Saskatchewan Association of Rural Municipalities, who really wanted to be here today, Canadian Cattlemen's Association, Food Processors of Canada, and 3 or 4 more. And on panels, I would suggest that be the first panel next Thursday. Second one, workers, students, and the unemployed. First panel on Friday, municipalities, provinces, and territories. And final panel, manufacturing sector. But people may have a difference of opinion there. I don't know. Are we in agreement on that, or do you have something else to suggest?
Mr. Chair, it's Marty Morantz here.
Go ahead, Marty.
I would suggest that we need to hear from the hospitality industry. It's very hard. It's very harshly affected. Many of these businesses won't be able to apply for the wage subsidy simply because governments have shut them down because of the proximity issues and the crowding, and hotels across the country, convention centers, restaurants, and this is a sector we haven't heard from yet. So I think we need to get them on as soon as possible. I would suggest even before a general session that we at least get representatives from the hotel industry and other aspects of the hospitality industry, and to talk about what's going on with them.
I don't have a problem with that. We had some of them on. Was it last week where we had the Tourism Association on and the Hotel Association? But I am hearing a fair bit from the tourism sector myself, the smaller hotels. I don't have a problem. Does anybody have a problem with say, switching out municipalities, provinces, and territories for next week and going with the hospitality industry?
I like that idea. I think it's a good one. I think I hear a lot about it as well. Airlines,
I see
travel.
Okay, Peter, I see you shaking your head. Unmute your phone, Peter. Can you there?
Thanks, Mr.
I can see you, but it's unusual. I can see you, but I can't hear you.
Now you can do both. The municipalities are at a critical stage. We absolutely need to have the municipalities next week. Of that, I have absolutely no doubt. I'm not opposed to having the hospitality industry back a second time, but the municipalities are at critical stage. Some of them are talking about bankruptcy, so having them is extremely important. I would also suggest, if we're having that general theme, that in the Inuit Taparatisat and the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples, both of whom wanted to be in the Indigenous panel and weren't able to attend. So I think that those 2 organizations need to be part of the general. Municipalities absolutely need to be a part, and labor and students, of course, we've had a lot of requests for people to come on. If we want to meld manufacturing with hospitality or add even an additional panel, I have no objections. But I wouldn't want to displace any of what you've laid out already.
Okay, then I do think, though, if I could just come in for a sec, I do think in the manufacturing sector it is probably more long term. It won't matter if it's the next week, because it's how do we kickstart that sector as we start to come out of this, so we can put them on the next week and go with
Wayne.
Yeah.
Wayne, can I jump
go ahead,
in
Pierre.
here?
Yeah.
I think we need to hear from owner-operator businesses who don't have payroll. They this is something Mr. Généreux a beaucoup parlé de ça.
Mr. Généreux talked about that a great deal. Many businesses don't have wages themselves, business owners, because they're small businesses or they're startups, and they want to keep all the money invested in the business. So they're not eligible for the wage subsidy, nor for the business loan program. Both those programs require businesses to have collected wages or a salary in the before the crisis. So that's a major problem in the programs announced by the government, and we really need to hear from those people. We need to hear from entrepreneurs. They're the ones who are truly in crisis now.
Yeah, go ahead.
J'aimerais ça ajouter, merci beaucoup.
I'd like to add, thank you for having mentioned that, Pierre. That also refers to the agricultural that also applies to the agricultural sector. Those people in their businesses do not pay themselves salaries, so they're not eligible for the $40,000. That's an important issue. Another thing, when we talk about committees, and I have quite a lot of experience, we invite associations, and it's great to hear from associations, but they talk in very general terms, and I had submitted names of regional tourism associations from Quebec, as well as owners of hotels or smaller hotels with 200 or 300 rooms. And there are also very small hotels that are much smaller than that. It would be very good to hear from individual witnesses too, not only those represented by associations who can tell us about their personal experience of the crisis. Their members, of course, are experiencing very personally, but we need to speak to people and find out how it's affecting them personally. I'm an entrepreneur myself. I'm going to have to invest $250,000 into my own business to save it, not to develop it, but to save it. They're all going through the exact same thing, and they're probably going through even worse in the tourism sector, because we know that's not probably going to that won't be open or practically not open this summer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, but I'm willing to hear from others. The difficulty we have, we can't do everything next week. There's going to be hearings the week after that. But what I'm suggesting is, what is the most urgent to hear from now, so that suggestions can be made to the system to try and improve on the programs that are out there. I know there's a willingness to do that.
Entrepreneur sorry, Mr. Chair, but entrepreneur and businessmen that cannot have the ability to have the $40,000, they have to be on the committee right away next week. That's the priority.
Okay, I hear you. So we're talking owner operators in that case. Anybody else want to add anything? Okay. I don't know how we decided.
Mr. Chair,
yeah.
Mr. Chair, it's Peter.
Go ahead, Peter. Yeah.
I was just going to agree with Mr. Morantz to say that hospitality is important. Although we've heard from hotels, we have not heard from restaurants. I've been in touch with many in the constituency, owners, speaking of owner-operators, that are getting access to the Canada Emergency Business Account. That is working for them, and the emergency response benefit is helping their employees. Although I know that we can always hear from them, and some gaps surely remain. We have not heard from restaurants, so I think that would be of benefit to the committee. But to your point, Wayne, the one that you just made, we had an existing schedule. I don't want to see municipalities bumped. Whether we hear from hospitality next week and put municipalities off to the following week, fine. But I'm a bit concerned that the more the discussion continues, the more we deviate from the existing set of meetings that we had agreed to, that the full members of the committee had agreed to.
Okay, then can we go with the hospitality industry, include the restaurants and that? We'll have whatever we do here, we do need the witness lists prioritized by each party to the clerk by Sunday night at the latest, so he can start making calls on Monday, Sunday night 6 o'clock. So if we're to agree on hospitality industry, municipalities, provinces, and territories, owner operators, which is it can be the entrepreneurs out there. It covers a lot of industries, and maybe the general list for those that are falling through the cracks. Because that the general list will open up, and I see Peter putting his hands in the air. Go ahead, Peter.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I mean, we could have a steering committee on Monday morning to work through this, but I think municipalities and the issues that you raised about unionized workers and students, those are sections, as Peter mentioned, that we'd already agreed to. I think we need to catch up on some of these organizations that, as you say, have fallen through the cracks, and manufacturing as well. But either we add, for these two new elements, either we add them in and do 6 panels, which I'm open to, or we put off the ones that are new to next week. And the ones that are new are good suggestions. It's just, I think the block that you suggested, those 4, make a lot of sense. And that allows us then to also be thinking ahead next week to the next group of witnesses and the next panel.
Okay, are we all on side on the? We did hear from the hotel industry, but we certainly haven't heard from the restaurant industry, which also ties in with tourism. I know that. So that'd be the hospitality industry. Do you want to go with that number 1? We okay on that one?
Yes.
Okay. Then municipalities, provinces. Because we are hearing from. Go ahead, Peter.
Are they? So, what day would you propose to have municipalities and provinces?
Don't matter, Thursday or Friday.
Okay, because we have. Are we going to have time for owner operators then?
Well, I've still got them on my list. The 4 I'm thinking about is the workers, students, and unemployed, hospitality industry, owner operators, municipalities and provinces, and we'll live to leave the catch up till the following week.
And is there a way that we could include at least one representative from the hospitality sector beyond restaurants?
I did say that.
Okay,
I did say
it wouldn't just be restaurants.
We'll figure out the order, but hospitality industry, municipalities, provinces, workers, students, and the unemployed, and owner operators, which is fairly broad.
Right.
We okay in that?
I think goes in next week.
And then the next week we'll have to put a session in for those that are falling through the cracks. I know the food processors, big and small, are really starting to worry. You got the Cargill plant in Alberta there. You got a hog plant in Quebec that was shut down. You've got Tyson that slaughters 10,000 hogs a day in United States, shut down. That's affecting our ability to ship as well. So we'll bring in the ones that fall through the cracks the next week. Okay, I'll get that out to people, but keep in mind, hospitality industry, owner operators, municipalities, provinces, and territories, and workers, students, and the unemployed. That's the list. We need your prioritized list on each of those Sunday night at 6 o'clock. Okay, with that, thank you all. Have a wonderful weekend. Good seeing you the last couple of days. Meeting adjourned.
It's my East